Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by James Files and Pamela Ray and Jim Scott. We're going to be talking about some new things that have come out just recently. There's a lot of stuff we talked about. Lee Harvey Oswald, they made him into a patsy. He was part of this assassin team and so forth. But he wasn't a shooter. He was there at the scene, and evidently they have video now, or they've had video for a long time, been hiding it from us, where he was close to the limo during the shooting. So they actually have video of that, and we're going to play a little clip of that. But before that, thanks guys for coming in again. This is a great time. James, we're so glad you're still hanging in there, and you can still speak. Although you don't want to show your face right now, we're going to keep you behind the scenes right now. But you're going to be speaking back there. And Jim Scott.
Thank you for having us today. And I want to say hello to you and to your audience, all the listeners, and hope they find it interesting today.
Absolutely. And Jim.
Yes.
Jim Scott.
Oh, hey, brother, how you doing?
I'll say James for you, and I'll say Jim
Jacob's
for...
trying to talk to Jim Scott.
Yeah.
Hey,
Too many Jims.
Yeah, go ahead and speak, Jim.
It's really interesting when we have Jim Manning on as well, and it's three Jims.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day in Central Virginia today, and I'm really looking forward to the call. Your audience needs to get a pad of paper and a pen, because we're going to give out some websites and some information that's going to be critical that they may want to be involved with. Those that maybe don't have a copy of Primary Target JFK already, or there's another thing that it really hasn't been available much in the past. It's an autographed copy of the DOJ interview, and it's titled, Did James Files Kill President John F. Kennedy? And this is like 90-page DOJ interview that validates that he's the Grassy Knoll shooter. And you can get like an autographed copy from Pam. And then the JFK, also, but she'll give the website and everything. There's a share and donate thing on their webpage, and that if they're ready to take a note, here, we'll pause here in the near future, and the other book, which really, I actually Pam wrote a book called To Kill a Country, and yeah, there you go. I mean, what an awesome book. And you can get an autographed copy from James now. And the one that's nearly impossible to get is harder to get than the book Regicide. But To Kill a Country, they're just basically not available. I found this one on eBay, and I got it pretty cheap, but they're like Regicide. Some copies of Regicide are selling for $400 now. And this To Kill a Country, if there was one on eBay, I imagine it'd go for $200 or $300, at least. And but if you want a copy of the DOJ interview, I don't know, when did that happen, Jim or Pam?
Well, that was the first was Confession of an Assassin.
1994.
Yeah, 94.
Yeah. And your DOJ interview, when did that happen?
That was in 94.
Okay. All right. But anyway, so it's been around, but it wasn't available to the public. And
right.
No,
he's able to make copies of it now, and the cover page.
It was a transcript of the Confession of Assassin video.
Okay.
And the manuscript, it's got the side notes and everything where the government looked at it and checked over by a M.S.C. Griffin.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
It verifies a lot of things.
And the Kroll Agency.
The Kroll Agency, they charged, I think it's $90,000 or $100,000 to investigate me, and MPI picked up the tab on that because they wanted to know it was for real or I was bullshitting them, and so they said investigate this man from one end to the other end. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot to talk about. We're going to let you kind of decide one way or the other what you want to do. And Michael, if you want, I sent you some pictures to kind of guide the conversation, but there's a lot of stuff that I sent a list to you. And if you want to bring those things up, and James can just talk about it. And
let's start with that one video with Anna Paulina. So we were talking about that before the show, and that kind of like leads us into, current events, I guess, if you will, and how things are starting to move in the direction that we've always tried to get them to move into. Of course, a lot of people have spoken out about this over the years, but this is probably one of the better things at this point that we've seen that hopefully can get more involvement. So this was it says NBC News primetime says that NBC has a secret tape that shows Lee Harvey Oswald near JFK's vehicle when the assassination took place, which would mean he wasn't the shooter. What do you say about that, James?
Well, I've always said he was the shooter because we have a police copy of the parapet test that was given to Lee Harvey Oswald. And there's no way that he fired a shot from a rifle that day.
Wow. So I know that like a day or two before that, he was showing you around. You've talked about that in the past.
Oh, yeah. We spent 5 days together.
5 days. Wow.
Yeah. Because I learned all the side streets, back streets, railroad crossings, the times the trains would cross in case we was involved in a high-speed chase.
Wow.
I didn't want to go down the street, have a train crossing the tracks there and get blocked off. I wanted to know everything. I didn't want to run down a dead-end street.
Yeah. And give you guys some insights. That's the way when I was in Special Forces, SEAL Team 6, the highest level of, Tier 1. And when I was working for the CIA, we would get briefs by guys like that all the time. We would come into a country or for a target or a mission or whatever, and someone would brief us, and then we would conduct the mission. So that's pretty much what James is talking about right there. So James is pretty much involved in, and I've seen these groups over my lifetime in the military at the highest levels and in the CIA. There were groups like James, assassin teams, and so forth that would come in and conduct missions. So I saw them over the years. So he was working for the military. He was working for the government. Now, I know a lot of people think that, he's an evil man, but that's not the case, guys. He was not. He was part of a very highly trained at the level that I was at the very highest levels, and probably went through some of the same training that I did. And that's the way the military, there's a parallel military and a parallel government that's running. And they, incorporate guys like me sometimes, because I would. Now, James, did you have regular military support some of your missions in the past?
And some of them, yes. When I worked in Vietnam, and also when I was in the Middle East and Pakistan, working there out of there, because the main road in Afghanistan got their supplies come through Pakistan there.
Yep.
And we was trying to shut a lot of that down.
Wow.
And I didn't like the Middle East, and I didn't like working there.
Yeah, it's not a fun place, but I worked there a lot myself in both of those countries as well.
I will take the jungle any day over that.
Yeah, definitely. So let's look at this video, and then maybe we can discuss a little bit about Lee Harvey Oswald.
Okay.
And, the Patsy.
Actually has a video that's never been seen before. We're actually going to be sending a letter requesting that from NBC because it allegedly shows Oswald near the vehicle when the assassination took place, which means that he couldn't have been the shooter. So again, we're tracking down all this information. But look, there's even a CIA document that came out that Mr. Morley pointed out that actually said that the CIA never bought the lone gunman theory. And so I think the American people had an inclination as to what we were saying, but we never had the hard evidence until now. And so it's important to note that in a free and fair society, how could you operate or have an agency operating in the shadows? And so kudos to President Trump, also Director Radcliffe and Tulsi Gabbard for pushing for this transparency. It is going to be generational changing that they've done this. And we hope to bring forward legislation to ensure that this never happens again for future generations to come.
You're saying NBC has been keeping this tape of Oswald under wraps?
Correct. In fact, Director Stone actually told us that he was showed this tape, that it was a secondary copy, and that he said that this could blow open the entire JFK investigation. What I will also tell you, though, Jesse, is he said that NBC has been very, very much so guarding this tape. And so I believe that that tape belongs to the American people. We are going to be sending a letter asking for that tape. And I would encourage everyone to ask NBC to release that tape to the public. It's important, not just for our investigations, but so the American people know the truth as to what happened with John F. Kennedy.
All right. Well, I think they will release it because I believe the president will probably put it on Truth Social pretty soon. All right, Congresswoman Anna Paulina
well, hopefully
Luna.
Fox promotes it. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
All right. What are your thoughts, guys?
Well, I put it this way. I was with Lee Harvey Oswald that week, and I've always said that Lee Harvey Oswald never fired a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Lee Harvey Oswald was innocent of that. But everybody keeps saying Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, and Bob, I needed the shot, and this and that. So it's like I got on the back of the book, 100 years today, they're still going to say Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, and there was no conspiracy.
Not if we can help it. So,
and I got that in writing on the back of my book.
that's because there's a lot of control of the history and so forth, and that's unfortunate. Jim Scott, what do you say?
Hey, there's a guy, I understand his name. I think his name was Billy Lovelady. He worked in the school book depository, I think. But if it's the video that I'm thinking of, and they're referring to this particular case, some JFK researchers have debunked this video, saying that the guy's name is Billy Lovelady. Some people are saying that they, that maybe photoshopped the video or something like that. But if it's not that video and it's clearly Lee Harvey Oswald in the crowd along Elm Street watching the Kennedy assassination, obviously he was not on the 6th story. Most people believe that because he was seen by a police officer in the 2nd story lunchroom, the lunchtime was between 12 and I guess maybe 12:30 or whatever time they had. But there was a woman eating her lunch in a car that watched Jimmy take the shot. Yeah, in the parking lot. So there were people that was their lunch break. Some of them chose to go out and watch the president drive by, but you have to keep in mind he was more than a half an hour late. He was supposed to have been through there like at 11:30 or something like that, and he was going to be at the Trademark at noon for that luncheon where he was going to make the speech about the Roswell and the UFO stuff. And so maybe, I'm not sure which video because I haven't seen it, but I guess if they release it and show it, and it's obviously Oswald, it's going to totally change the thing. But you would think that since 1994 that you've got the Grassy Knoll shooter explaining in detail how Kennedy was killed. Why do they need a video showing the Lee Harvey? Almost all these stories the government tells, they keep going back, and the beginning of the story starts by that we're going to research whether Lee Harvey Oswald had a co-conspirator.
Dick Clark.
What's that, Pamela?
Well, the woman's name was having lunch. Her name was Constance Perochet Taylor.
The woman that in the car eating sandwich.
She was eating the sandwich.
We found out through Michael Brown.
And 7
She
hours
died a couple years ago.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago she died.
Yeah,
she died August 24th of 2016.
Yeah, so here's this woman that was an eyewitness that saw Jim take the shot. What else do you need?
Well, they want to control the
I was
narrative.
afraid to tell.
Sure.
Now, when Dick Clark was alive, they did an interview with me, and he made a special as a miniseries. Like, I forget how many weeks it took, 6 weeks or 10 weeks it took, but each miniseries was like a 2-hour deal, and he was going to air it on TV, and the government told him if he aired it, that they would pull his license.
Dick Clark, the American Bandstand and, the New Year's guy, Dick Clark.
And also, a year and a half, 2 years ago, the FBI was being sued because they had a film, because they filmed everything that day. And true or false, I don't know for sure, but I was informed that I was on that film that they had me on the Grassy Knoll. And I don't know what happened to the lawsuit. I don't know if it's still going or not.
Well, Chana Willis's father was a master chief in the Navy, and he was like in charge of some kind of top secret photographic unit. That was his MOS. And he had taken, he had, in his career, had been involved. He went with Admiral Byrd to the pole for Operation High Jump. He was with the generals on Guam when they interviewed / interrogated / tortured the Japanese generals, wanting to know where the Japanese gold was at the end of World War II, and then hung them. Chana's got photographs of that.
Wow.
Yeah. And he was in Dealey Plaza, and just like Zapruder, he filmed the JFK assassination. And that's probably the best film of all of them. And it's in the possession, if they haven't, I don't think they've destroyed it, but it's in the possession. It's in the CIA archives, I understand. And only a handful of people get to see it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Deeper insights. Let's jump into those photos that we're talking about. And then we'll go into some other details. Let me see, get them and pull them up here.
Pam
right.
and Jim, you can't see the photos, can you?
No,
Okay, I'll tell you what it is when they come up.
Okay.
And then we can generate conversation.
Very good.
If it shows right in here, you can see it. Got the Berrien
Okay,
Boys picture.
The first picture is the Operation 40 group in Mexico City when you're with Felix Rodriguez.
Right.
You want to talk about how you got into Operation 40?
George Bush Sr., he recruited Luis Posada Corrales and me. We were the first two to go into that group. And it was supposed to be an intelligence group where we gathered intelligence. That was the cover story. But it's a worldwide assassination group, which meant we could go anywhere and get anybody we wanted, that they wanted done.
Government sanction.
Yeah, so there you go. You have, Bush Sr., who would eventually be the head of the CIA, probably for, all the great work he did for this parallel government. And you got recruited by him, and other people got recruited by him. So
right,
his culpability, if you want to go there as well, he's top of the list.
Hey,
well, a lot of people don't like George Bush Sr., but I like the man because, when this was down there in Florida together, he told all of us, no matter where you met her at, he said it could be moved by an airplane. You will have it in 48 hours, I promise. And he never let us down.
So why was it? So let's jump back. So here's the recruited group. Lee Harvey Oswald was part of this. No,
Pardon me?
He was separate.
Yeah.
Lee was not a member of Operation 40, was he?
No.
Yeah, that's right.
That's good to know. Now he worked in Russia, and he was trying to get. I would assume CIA got him there somehow to gather.
Black flight, and he went in through Norway, I believe.
There we go. All right. So it did. I guess he didn't get enough information from him, so they brought him back.
Well, the Russian wouldn't believe the story that he told them because he was sent there to give them disinformation.
Yeah. Wow.
Because Lee worked on a spy base there in Japan.
The Stoogie.
Incredible. Wow.
So anyway, basically speaking, and what I understand is they gave him a ticket and sent him and Marie back to the United States. Maria, she was the colonel's niece, I believe.
Wow. And I think she's still alive, isn't she?
Yeah, she was last I heard, which is a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I know people that have spoken with her. So they say she's a really nice.
Paper towel.
What do you want to know?
Hell.
Hey,
All right, Jim Scott, you got anything on this?
this photo. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
This photo also links the beginning with the end. The three guys on the left side are Felix Rodriguez. James was with him in Bolivia when they captured Che Guevara. That picture's coming up. The next guy is Porter Goss, and he was ended up being the director of Central Intelligence for George W. Bush. I'm sure at the direction of his father to control. Mm-hmm. And the third guy, interestingly enough, is Barry Seal.
Excuse me, 1 second. When they found out that Porter Goss was part of Operation 40, they made him resign from the CIA.
Oh, wow.
His
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was linked to the
third guy.
Reporting. Yeah.
Impressive.
The third guy is Barry Seal. The third guy is Barry Seal. And later, near the end of our story tonight, James spent some time flying with Barry Seal. You want to tell him what you did with Barry? And that links Hillary Clinton and the event that made James go to prison.
Okay, I'll answer that whatever you want me to.
Well, you want to tell him about the link between Barry Seal and flying into Mina and Hillary?
Well, Barry and me both was flying weapons, hospital supplies, ammunition, anything that the rebels could use, clothes, money. We flew down there to them in Central America and South America. And on the way back, we flew drugs back in.
To Mina, Arkansas.
To Mina, yeah.
Where Bill Clinton and Hillary.
Sometimes Barry and me flew together, and sometimes he flew his plane and I flew my own plane.
Wow. So,
and when I was flying, the one time there, sometimes I'd unload there, and I'd leave the plane on the runway. They'd take it and they'd unload it, and I'd go have lunch, and the guys would pick me up and take me out, and come back. And then one day I walked up to the limo. I opened the door, and who was in the car? Hillary Clinton. And now she grew up in Park Ridge over there by me. She was a cheerleader. I knew her. We dated a couple of times.
You went out with
her family was the close associates of the people next door, which belonged to the outfit. And you do not make marks or stir up muddy water within the organization of Chicago. You treat them people with respect. And she just laughed, and she's looking at the state trooper in the front seat, and she said, "Don't worry, I own him." But the reason that she put a contract on me was I was one of the last people that could put her on the runway with a plane load of drugs.
In Mina, Arkansas.
In Mina, Arkansas.
Bill was governor, and she was first lady of Arkansas.
Huh.
Yeah.
So
she hired that ambushed him, and he was in that gunfight with him that ended up landing him in jail. That's why I wanted to link that first picture with the kind of the end of the story.
There's a whole bunch
I
of
need to turn my motion detectors off. I'll be right back.
Lots of it.
My landscaper's here.
That's incredible. So that's another claim to fame that you have, having dated Hillary Clinton. That's crazy.
Now, when I got out of prison, I met a friend of mine who was associated with the outfit, Nick Keller, and a few other people. We was having breakfast together. And so one guy that was with us, he went to the White House at least once a week. So he's told to tell Hillary that Jimmy Sutton, which was the name I used back then, that Jimmy Sutton said hello. So the guy went to the White House, and he saw Hillary, and there's a bunch of other people around, I guess. And he said, "Oh, by the way," said, "old friend of yours, Jimmy Sutton, sends his regards and says hello." She didn't answer him. She just turned and stalked out of the room.
Wow.
And I blamed the CIA for quite a while there. I thought that they sent somebody, and I sit down and I wrote a letter to the CIA. And I told them, I said, "I'm very disappointed." And I said, "I thought I was worth a hell of a lot more than $50,000. I said, "You send somebody for that price or that little bit after me. I said, I'll eat them for breakfast and send them back to you in a shoebox. And this gave me a reply, and they said they never. And so then it was leaked to me. One of the guys come to see me from the agency, and he said it wasn't the agency. He said it was Hillary.
Wow. She had a lot of power. Because when I was in the CIA, we were using basically these passports. They were diplomatic passports.
The Clintons are tied to the Bush family.
Oh yeah, and so we would travel back and forth, overseas with these diplomatic passports that gave us immunity and all kind of stuff to do the stuff that we were doing. And when she became the head of the State Department, she canceled our ability to get those diplomatic passports. So she was screwing with it. She had a lot of power, obviously. She was screwing with the CIA back then.
Wow. Oh, yeah. She pissed me off over Benghazi.
Yeah, she's definitely.
When she refused it, when she didn't send them people help, that really aggravated me. I was in prison at the time. But it pissed me off, though.
Yeah, so Bush Sr. was supporting and protecting you guys. What happened with Hillary coming after you like that? Was he out of the picture or something?
No, he was still in the picture. But he got me off for the one shooting. But right before that, I got stopped by the state police or the local. I think it was the locals. Anyway, I forget the little town there, and it was on Route 12. And I had to shoot out there. And George got me, Bush, he got me off on that one. No problem. But the second time when the Ostertag, when he took a round, they couldn't do nothing for me on that one. Ostertag was a 12-year veteran. Gary Bittner was a 10-year veteran. They're on the forts in Round Lake Beach, Illinois. And I've got copies of the police report and everything else on it. And my trial, the whole case, my case is in one of the books that Pamela wrote. And the way they handled me in court was tragic itself. Of course, I really had nothing coming. But I didn't like the idea of being wearing a jumpsuit when I should have had on civilian clothes. And I didn't like the way they put me at the table where the stenographer sits. They had the stenographer in the witness chair, and they had the thing blocked up so the people couldn't see us, chained and shackled and bolted to the floor. And then they had all the extra security in the courtroom on me. They had 6 of the prison guards from Stateville. They had 6 regular coppers in there, and all of them heavily armed with machine guns and shotguns.
God.
So
they were messing around.
It took the jury 3 minutes to find me guilty. Let me put it that way.
It's not prejudicing the jury
Paid off jury
at all.
Yeah.
Now the government don't want to release no records on me, but I got a lot of police reports that confirm who I was and everything else.
Tell them you had 200 cops on the payroll.
Yeah, I had over 200 cops on the payroll. I ran chop shops, loan sharking, hijacking. I did a lot of that.
Chicago, Illinois.
Wow. And to give your story a little validity, when I was in the CIA, we were training, not me particularly, but some of the guys that I'd worked with were trained. They were bringing in, weapons and, ammo and all that stuff like you guys were doing, you and Barry Seals was doing down in South America. We were doing that in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, all kind of places. We're training local militia groups. And then, so that was the up and up. That was the legitimate stuff. And then we saw these guys that were running the drugs, and we couldn't get involved in that. We saw that. We're like, what the heck is going on with that? And they're working right next to us in their own compartmentalized thing, running drugs. It was insane. So there's like this parallel thing, like you talk about, James, where, no, we didn't do that. We weren't involved in that. Well, that's probably the good CIA, and then there's the parallel CIA, which, as we all know, is maybe not so good and probably not at all good.
Paramilitary.
Yeah. So
We were known as mercenaries, and they changed the name, I believe, in '77. They went to contractors.
Exactly.
They renamed it.
Yep.
Same people, just a different name.
Yep. So Ground Branch was doing a lot of stuff, and I was a contractor. Ground Branch was a contractor. Were contractors for the CIA. So that gives them deniability, all kinds of crazy stuff. But
Oh yeah,
just like you, they can hang us out to dry in a heartbeat. If something happened, they would wash their hands.
Plausible deniability.
Exactly. So it's you think that you're working for the good side, and they're going to take care of you, but you're a good example. That's
they
not
still
the
young
case.
her. You're spendable.
Absolutely.
Expendable elite.
Barry Steels, expendable. And they'll make something up and destroy your credibility. Oh yeah, he was stealing money from us and all kind of crazy stuff. He was running his own program. Probably wasn't doing any of that. So
Well, I was disappointed in the movie they made about Barry Seals. Believe me, very disappointed. But I lost the team in Iran, which I won't go into details on it at this time.
wow.
But Pamela was with me. We went to this one New Life church there when we lived in Chicago on Damon Avenue. And so they learned a little bit about my past. And we had a lot of church shootings at that time. They had asked me if I would come in one night and meet with their people and give them a few details and help them out with their church security and what they should do and everything. And I said, yeah, I don't mind. So that night, Pamela, thank God, she went with me to this meeting. They did not ask me one question about church security. The whole thing was grilling me on what happened in Iran. And I would say only 5 people know about what we were doing there and what went down. People, when I say 5 people, I mean Bakis and
Tell them what
Washington.
the whole thing was about.
And that's what they interrogated me about. And they got
nuclear
future second.
facility in Iran.
Yeah, don't worry about the facility on it. I ain't getting into that. Anyway, Pamela says you want to know about how we got saved, or you want to know about this or that, or whatever. It was all about church security and stuff. They said no, we ain't interested. We only want to know about Iran. And I was thankful that Pam was with me, because if I would have went home and told her what happened, there's no way in hell that she could have believed me. But she heard it, and she's right there and with me when it happened. They grilled me for over an hour, and I got up and I finally walked out and told them I had no part of it. I wouldn't talk to them. I wouldn't give them one answer on it.
And like James is talking about, that's the way I am too. There's operations that you're involved in which are legit, and people are still possibly involved. So kudos to James, because he still keeps it on the down low about that. Doesn't reveal. I'm the same way, but I will talk about the bullshit. Right. So, and that's what you've been doing. So good for you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Zach Sheldon, the FBI agent, admitted that when they interviewed a lot of people, on the bottom, I don't know, it was page 50, 51, or 52 at the bottom, one of the side notes they got at the bottom of the page was where they had kidnapped me, tortured me for a couple of days, and they admitted they failed to break me to speak of any crime that I had been involved in. And I tell you what,
right?
And so he's sitting in my living room with a Remington Model 870 with a folding stock on it. And this folding stock said law enforcement only. He sat there for a week, and I kept gun cars at the end of the block and in the driveway. The Broadview police came by, see how I was. They said, if you need more help, more protection, they said, we'll send a couple squad cars over to stay with you. And it took me a week before I could even talk when Curly carried me home. And I was black and blue from one end to the other end.
Wow. Incredible.
And you haven't had any fun until you had your belly button tickled with an electric rod from the inside.
FBI.
And that was the FBI. And Zach
The
Sheldon
FBI.
admitted that he was been there, but he took no part in the torture.
And then you said, well, does
Hey.
that make it right?
So Zach Sheldon and I became very good friends. We talk regular on the phone. We go out for dinner. We get together. Either I'm in Texas or when he was up this way north. We, like I say, we became very good friends. But Zach, I respected him because he never lied in court. He didn't plant no evidence on me or anything.
There's a picture of Zach later that I sent you, Michael, and also the primary thing that the reason that my understanding that they kidnapped Jim and to question him was they wanted Charles Nicoletti's ledger that had the list of something like 66 names in it that as a team that they had hit for the mafia, one of which was John F. Kennedy. The hit list.
The 70s was a very bloody time for the outfit Chicago.
You want to go through more of the pictures?
Yeah, let me share this one real quick. This is from James's one of James's books that you and Pamela did, Interview with History, to show you guys that there is corruption within all branches, of course the military as well, like we're talking about. This is a General Edward Lansdale, who at that time Deputy Director of Special Operations for the Pentagon. So he's involved. He was involved in all this stuff, working both sides. He was like everybody thought he was on the up and up, but he's working this parallel military and parallel, government. So this is some of the stuff that James is disclosing in his work. Very frustrating, right? So most of us think that all this stuff is only up and up and everybody's good, but that's really not the case. So let's go back to the pictures. Jim, you still there?
I'm here.
Jim Scott.
Okay. Like I said, too many gems.
That's it. So we're gonna
Files or Scott.
So now we're gonna talk about Charles Nicoletti. The picture that we're showing right now, James and Pamela, is that window that you can kind of see Nicoletti in that one window.
I can speak a little bit on it.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim. Perfect.
Okay, so this is the famous James Ike Altgene's photograph, and if you were to zoom in on the windshield of the limousine, the front one, you can see that John F. Kennedy has already raised his hands to his throat. And then you can see, if you go a little bit to the left, you can see that Conley's head is turned to the right already. You can see the side of his head, his left ear. That's the secret. There you go, right there. And then you see the Secret Service agents, they've heard the shot. And the ones on the right side of that Cadillac, that was called the Queen Mary by the Secret Service. They've started to turn around. And then the building that's from behind is called the Daltex building. And if you look at the fire escape, there's a spotter sitting on the second floor. And the window that's open just below that spotter, no, not right there. The guy sitting on the fire escape. You see him? Right there. All right, yeah. Right below him, the window's open and the bottom window's right there. That's where the shots came from that Charles Nicoletti fired. Johnny Roselli was in that room with him. Jim, you want to tell him about that room?
The room was rented a week in advance. Not rented, but, they contracted in it to have the room remodeled and repainted and everything. And that was the excuse to get the people out of there so the room would be available for us. And tarps were in there, the scalpels were in there for painting and everything. So I was never in the room myself, but Chuck and Johnny got in there. Eugene Halbrating was there. for one reason. That was he had the key to the room. It was kept locked, and he opened it. Chuck and Johnny went in. Eugene was allegedly he locked the door behind him, and when the shots were over, he went and unlocked the door, let them out, and because they didn't want anybody walking in on them while they was taking the shots or getting ready to do their thing.
Now, Jimmy, was there ever a shot fired from the book depository?
I don't believe there was.
Yeah, I don't either. So, I mean, everyone is compartmentalized, guys. You have your mission, you do your thing, and then you move. All right. So that's what all these guys did. They prepped for this. Now, they actually had prepped to actually assassinate Kennedy in Chicago. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah. But everything didn't, pan out right. So that's the way these missions are. You have multiple, plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, and you're sometimes you're constantly moving to do your mission. And things.
The reason it didn't pan out in Chicago is Tony Accardo put a lid on it and said, "No, it will not happen in Chicago." He said, "We won't even be able to work or make a dollar." He says, "Do it somewhere else." Because I had selected the spot, which is Joseph's Restaurant in Hillside, Illinois, alongside the Eisenhower Expressway.
So you were involved in that one too. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very interesting. Yep.
But
So,
not the plot that was in the fall of 1963. It was the one that was in the spring.
So there's always disinformation involved in these. Now you are obviously involved in it. That's, to me, it's cut and dry. There's no question whatsoever. And anyone that wants to refute this is ridiculous. It's like night and day. It's
yeah.
Now there's all these other things that they try and leak in. Tell us about that.
Red herrings.
I heard that the French were involved in all kinds of crazy stuff. Tell us about all that silliness that goes on.
Propaganda.
The one party was forget his name, it's Jerez or something other. He's supposed to have been their French hitman. But they broke that one down. They proved that he was in Paris that day.
Lucien Sartin.
But they had all kind of names. They like to muddy the water.
Yeah.
Red herrings.
Same thing with 9/11. So they have all these different things that they flush into the system to discombobulate everything.
After 9/11, they had Bin Laden. One of the key players in it. That he was this and that, and then a terrorist. But Bin Laden worked for the CIA.
Yeah.
And
Tim Osman.
when they got through, they put a blackout, no planes were flying out of the country that night or anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, the one plane that left is Bin Laden's family. They flew them out of the family out to keep them safe. Well, there's no flights. How come that family went? Why would they let somebody go when their son was one of the most wanted terrorists in the world?
Good point.
He had cancer real bad. They didn't get him out soon enough because they're using him for information. And it shows you they don't care about you. But as long as you're making information for them and getting them what they want,
right,
they'll sacrifice your life in a heartbeat to get information.
Well put. Well put. Now I was there when the person or the entity that was posing as Bin Laden was shot by my old team.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that? Any further insight?
No.
Just from
I was in prison when that happened.
Look at stuff and go, yeah, this is probably the way this went down. That wasn't Bin Laden, and whoever was posing as him, he got the bullet because there was a case officer, CIA case officer, that interviewed the women, and she was telling me and some other people, we're gonna find out so much, and she came back and she was ashen faced and she was tight-lipped and she never said anything. So I was like, okay, that's all bullshit that happened in that place then.
Well, when they interviewed one of the had people from the agency come visit me at Stateville Prison.
Mhm.
Bin Laden, when they entered the room, his AK-47 was against the wall. He was standing there with his hands up, and he no threat because he didn't want to get shot.
Mhm.
And they shot his wife in the hip because they thought she might be wearing a bomb vest or whatever.
Right.
Since what the hell you shoot somebody in the hip because they're wearing a bomb vest and you're worried she might set it off? You tap them 3 times right in the forehead.
Yep.
We was trained for all that.
Exactly. You stop the nerve
And
action.
you don't, I mean, you shoot somebody in the hip, they still set off the bomb.
Yeah. So
I mean,
all
there's
intimidations.
that report, there's so many faults in it.
Yep.
And I got that somewhere around here in one of the boxes downstairs. All this other stuff that explains the details on how and why it was not bin Laden.
Incredible.
And it's just like this book here. So far, the stuff that I've talked to my wife, I've wrecked her life because we was going to write a book, Darkest Covert Operations. She decided she don't want to hear no more. She don't want to know nothing else about it because she never understood the type of life that I led.
Yeah.
People wonder, how can you do that? You
You're
got to
trained
dislike
for-
the guy.
Since Camp Hero. Right?
Yeah. They start training you young. It's just like in NASCAR. You know, when the kids are 4 years old and the fathers are in the racing business, they start training that kid. They put him in a go-kart. He's 4 years old. He can't run very good, but he can drive like hell. He goes from that to the midgets to the legend cars. Then he starts driving in the ARCA series. Then he moves on up to the truck series. Then he goes to the Xfinity series, and then he goes to the Cup series. I mean, you have kids 18 years old driving Cup cars that are running 200 miles an hour.
Good point. Good analogy. Yeah. And so for your youth, you were kind of groomed for this, weren't you?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All the way.
All the way. Yep. Jim, you want to tell us about the game?
I was going to say this might be a good time if gotten a piece of paper and an ink pen for Pam to talk for just a second about the website on how to get the books that we talked about before and the manuscript on the interview and the copy of primary target JFK. Pam, you want to tell them the website and all your audience that they can write this down? You can.
Yeah, it's JFK Murder James Files, all one word, .weebly, WEEBLY.com. That's the main one. And then there's the different pages where you can get the book Primary Target or Interview with History or support and donate and go to the part where there's artwork and that's the same page where you could get the book that Jim Scott was talking about. That was basically a transcript of the 1994 interview with a bunch of research added to it. So it's all in one book about a little less than 100 pages. That's available, but it's all on the website, jfkmurderjamesfiles.weebly.com. And that's where you can get our book Primary Target, signed copies of that, either soft copy or hard copy, or our older book, Interview with History. That's what is available at the website.
Michael, you might want to show in that email I sent you the picture that's labeled Jackie.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually
crying.
Titled Jackie Crying. That is a piece of artwork that James Files did when he was in prison with pencils, with colored pencils. And it's I think the sheen that is on her hair and the reflections, to me, it's remarkable. I had no idea until I saw
amazing.
that.
I'm glad you guys have this available. I'm gonna purchase this right after this show. So
thank you.
This is going to be.
Yeah, there's Jackie, and then there's the JFK and the Texas flag. Those are original artwork from James Files, but they're limited edition and they come with a certificate of authenticity that James Files signs and thumbprints. So it's directly from him. It's part of history.
I got a funny feeling those pieces of artwork are going to be worth a mint someday. I think they're way underpriced right now, but
well, we're not trying to be crazy about it, but we're just trying to,
I know,
get a little thing going for James Files.
Yeah, we're going to help you out here, but like I said, we've been talking about this for I think well over a year, and you guys were working on getting it available. So I think
we got it available finally. The printer was, he was busy, but we finally got it all out there.
I would think that they're going to sell out pretty quickly, but
how many are you guys doing total? 100?
It's limited to 100, and there's a certificate that goes with it, so that it won't be any more than that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to mounting that, so that's going to be very beautiful.
Thank you,
and Tracy's very excited about it too. So thank you guys.
You can share the picture that I sent if you want. If the audience.
Somebody else was like, "Oh, do a GoFundMe." I'm like, "No, we want to sell the artwork. It's part of history, and you have something. It's not just, oh, here, donate, and thank you." But it's a piece of history and it's a piece of art. So yeah, we thought people would like that.
That and the books. The books are fantastic. And
thank you.
Go to the website, guys. There's a lot of information here. You can do some really good research just by reading what Pamela has put into the website. Very, very good. And as you guys see here, there's a nice little collage of pictures that runs. So you can
just so they can kind of see what's going on.
To help these guys out, buy their books till they get signed. And James actually on primary target, he's got his fingerprint, in there. So
different page.
That's fantastic.
Tell them about your fingerprint in the FBI.
The FBI's got me fingerprinted over 100 times.
Yeah.
If they want to make it authentic, it's his real thumbprint.
Hey, Michael, can you imagine?
My life is probably included by the FBI, authenticated in most of it. Where the government denies knowing me, the FBI admits, yeah, I did this and I did that because of the things they know about.
The criminal activity.
Yeah.
In Chicago, especially.
Yeah, they're probably
Zach Sheldon, like I said, he's a good friend of mine. We were having lunch at Charlie's Restaurant on Roosevelt Road in Forest Park. And there was a mob hangout, used to be. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
The old armory where they had a bug with the FBI and Sam Giancana.
Zach leans over and he whispers in my ear and he says, Jesus, he said, I didn't know that you had 28 years with the CIA. And I said, yeah. And then he was telling me, when we used to buy truckloads of meat from you, he says, I didn't even know we was parking them across the street in front of your house.
Wow. Yeah, that's how good the cover-ups are. There's many people have no idea, what I've done and probably what you've done. You're going to go to the grave with a lot of stuff, and so will I. But,
yes, I will take the darkest stuff with me to my grave.
Yeah.
Which I figure will be probably within 6 months.
No, it'll be longer. He and Mad Mike are going for the 100.
Yeah.
So we're not done yet.
That's
know Mad Mike Hoare, right?
Yep.
Missionary from South Africa.
If I hadn't been in a federal prison at the time when he pulled the raid on the Seychelles Islands, I'd have been with him.
Oh, wow.
You know about that raid, I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mad Mike had his office there in Durban, South Africa.
Hey, talking about South Africa, do you want to comment about the Blue Train massacre?
No, that I'm going to stay away from.
You signed an NDA with that.
Yeah. That was highly classified.
Just give them the gist of what it was without going into the gory details.
How do you do it without going into gory details? You wreck the train and you shoot the survivors.
Yeah. The train was derailed with explosives, is my understanding.
Yep.
Hey, okay, Jim, we'll change the subject here for a second. What you're looking at here is a gun out of my collection. And Jim, for years, talked about the prototype of the XP100. This actually is not an XP100. This has a Remington 722 rifle action, and it's got, you'll notice Jim talked about for years that his gun had a wooden stock with finger grips. Well, when Remington went bankrupt, this gun was hidden in their archives. This is the first XP100 prototype. It's got a Remington 722 action, and it exactly like James Files said, it's got a wooden stock with finger grips, and it's chambered in 222 Remington, not 221 Remington Fireball. Notice right at the end of the action, it's got an extremely thin barrel that goes. Now, all the XP100s that came after this, they took the model 660 action and just marked it XP100. They put a dog leg bolt handle on it. That's like a shop-made raised aluminum. It's not a vented rib, but a rib that's got the sights on it, and it's just aluminum. It's not black or anything like that. That is the prototype for the XP100, and I own it. It's in my collection. And I think I sent you the picture of me firing it, and you can see the fireball that comes out of the end of the barrel. They decided to go to a smaller cartridge, the 222 Remington Fireball, and there's other pictures in there of those if you want to scan across those. But that is the very first one made, and I also have XP100 #1.
Amazing.
I think this. By the way, James Files, for anybody in your audience that doesn't know it, he used a CIA-issued Remington XP100 to shoot John F. Kennedy. And James, tell him who issued you that weapon.
David Alley Phillips.
Your CIA controller.
Yeah, he was the deputy director, I think, at the time for what they call the Central Hemisphere. This is another gun that's in my collection. This is the normal later model XP100 that was available to the public. They sold for $99, and I had James autograph it for me and date it 11/22/63. And he had a Leopold 3-power scope. I think that one is a 2-powered scope because they're the M7 3-powered scopes that they had in 63. They're very hard to find. And that's a little later model 2-power scope. But that's, if you can imagine that gun, and there's another picture, if you keep flipping through them, there's one that's very similar. That's it right there. That's similar to the one that James used. He carried it in a black briefcase. It had a wooden stock, except it had the finger grooves. George Calora modified the pistol, took the brown Zytel factory stock off, and put the wooden stock on it, and then scope mounted it with a Leopold 3-power scope. And then it was fitted in the briefcase. And that's what he, after he shot Kennedy, he ducked behind the fence and put the fireball back in the briefcase and walked off. I know you can't see the picture, Jim, but it looks a lot like the one that you actually used at JFK.
Yeah.
Now the 22 round is not a very impactful round. It doesn't do as much damage. But this round was a special round that was mercury filled, and once it hit its target, it basically blew up the target, as you saw. So that's a difference. That was very early on where they started having these mercury filled rounds and so forth. I didn't start seeing some of those rounds until in the 80s. So this is very interesting. So this is way ahead of the curve as far as specialized.
But George Calora, known as the Wolfman, he was the one that did the mercury on him.
Wow.
And
there's a very interesting story there. Joe West, he tracked me down and he called it, had Stateville had me contact him, and I was on a visit, and I refused to answer the phone call to go to it. The next day I called Joe West back, and I said, "You wanted to talk to me?" And he said, "Yes." And this point, JFK's case was still pretty well hidden and wasn't much out there. And he said, I want to talk to you about JFK. And he mentioned a couple things. I said, wait a minute. If you want to talk to me, get your ass on an airplane, come to Stateville Prison. I will put you on my visiting list, and you come see me here. I will not talk to you about this over the telephone. So he had asked me about that, and he wanted to meet Wolfman and talk to Wolfman. So I told him, I said, well, I'll call him and talk to him. So I called Wolfman, and he thought it over for a week or so. He said, yeah, it's okay. He said, if you say the guy's okay, so I'll talk to him. So I said, okay, I'll call Joe Weston and give him your phone number, and you guys set up the appointment. Date. I called Joe West the next day, gave him the information, told him to see Wolfman, and they made a date to see each other. And the day before he was supposed to meet with Joe West, he'd been to the doctor, and he had a complete bill of health in good shape, good health. And he's walked out his front door, and he had a heart attack.
Do you think there was foul play?
I know there was foul play.
Think they used the dart gun on him?
Probably.
Yeah.
Or that
Well, I have a
spray
video
to
of
give him a
that
heart attack?
where they did the. Now that we're talking about that, let me bring that up, and we can show that little clip where they were having they were asking the CIA about this heart attack gun, and they basically said, yeah, we got a heart attack gun, and so I'm gonna play that clip for you guys right now. So that's good, James, because I think a lot of people that get out of line have been hit by the heart attack gun, and they also have.
Oh, yes, definitely a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's a whole book, JFK.
Let me share the screen. And thanks for validating that, because I know people over the years are like, you're crazy, Mike. But yeah, this is the real deal, guys.
Also, I had to find one time they wanted me to find.
Yep. And that's what they're talking about that here. Very good. Wow.
Yep.
You know this stuff a lot more than way more than I, because you were involved in the assassination program. Pretty cool.
Chairman, and a special one was developed which potentially would be able to enter the target without perception.
The poison was frozen into some sort of dart, and then it was shot at very high speed into the person. So when it reached the person, it would melt inside them, and the only thing would be like one little tiny red dot on their body, which was hard to detect. There wouldn't be a needle left or anything like that in the person.
But also the toxin itself would not appear in the autopsy?
Yes, so that there was no way of perceiving that the target was him.
For many.
So there you go, guys. Now at the CIA headquarters, they have a history museum, and you walk through there, and they show you all the different things they've used over the years, over the decades and decades of contraptions that they've made to kill and assassinate people. So they're experts.
Yep.
Which finished him off. But right before that happened, his wife and daughter was there, and he wrote them a note. He couldn't talk. He wrote a note. He says, quick, he says, get me out of here. And he told me he was trying to get John F. Kennedy's body exhumed. I said, you never get it exhumed. I said, now, well, what you got there for evidence? I said, what you have to do is go to court and file again and say that you know that, for instance, for sure, that mercury round was used, and there's traces of mercury inside the body of the skull. Have it dug up, and they'll dig it up, but the body won't be there. I said, what I'm telling you can get you killed. And he was dead within a couple of months after that.
Wow.
But he had the case filed in court, and we've got that in one of our books.
The primary target.
And
that's a good point, James, because we share, like you did, you shared with someone, and that can get people killed. That's another reason why we don't share a lot of stuff. So a lot of people think that, oh, you're just, trying to protect yourself because you're scared they'll come after you. No, we have.
I got nothing to lose. They ain't going to get much out of me, you know what I mean? I ain't got that much life left. I'm 84 right now.
Well, another problem with that is, that they'll come after, even if you reveal on your deathbed, they'll still come after your loved ones if you reveal. Yeah. So it's probably never going to be heard from you.
So that's why I've never told Pamela any of my darkest corporate operations that I ran. And I ran some of the murkiest ones. I mean, they were really bad.
Man,
some of the things I did, I don't even want my daughters to know I did.
Because we're in a situation now. What are since you have obviously some deep insights on Iran, what do you think about the current war right now?
Right now I was all for it when Trump went in there, but he stopped because he should have taken out their economy right off the bat. Close their seaports down, get rid of the Air Force, get rid of their whole economy, do it all in one sweep,
Yeah.
But all the plans we got, we get to nail all them places and shut it down. But he stopped it. He's giving them time to restock and this and that, and bullshitting with them. And for me, I live by 2 rules. Number 1, I don't negotiate. Number 2, I got a problem, I kill it. I live by that. And I survived it.
We think alike. And so I would have done the same thing, but I think there's a bigger picture going on. He's trying to show the world what's going on. And and he's basically getting people in position. So when he does hit them, it's going to be like you're talking about. It's going to hammer them like no one's ever been hammered ever before in history. So I think I said all along there's going to be boots on the ground. There's no way, because these guys are animals.
Well, you got 15,000 Marines already there, waiting to be launched inland to go on land.
Oh my God,
15,000, That's just counting the Marines. That's not counting the 82nd Airborne that's there. That's not counting SEAL teams that are there.
Exactly. And it's not counting, probably have within all of these cities and so forth, special groups that are ready to cooperate and help and, make things happen a lot faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a tragedy what happened to SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, that really is. The kind of like the evil side of the government, decided
Obama should have never made them public and put it out there on the TV screen ahead of him at the White House or that, because this is endangering their families and everything.
Yep. Yeah, very, very tragic. And then the helicopter going down. I'm still very suspect about that, but I know I'm talked to some people that gave them some deeper insight. There was a woman that was in one of the special aircraft that can see what's going on the ground, and I'm like, no, I don't think so. Not after what I heard from Jim Scott. Jim, I don't know if you can reveal what you heard about the helicopter.
Are you talking about Extortion 17?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so actually, one of my pilots flew in that squadron. I'm the safety director of high voltage aviation now, and we have MD 500 helicopters, and we do power line work. And I'm not going to expose the identity of this pilot, but he was in that squadron. The Extortion Squadron was a Colorado National Guard squadron. They weren't the 160th, and they were flying in direct support of the SEALs and the other special ops guys that were flying in there. 2 things he told me interesting was, one, about the crash of Extortion 17. He's seen the video. It was being videoed because they had the drone was up videotaping the entire thing. Yep. There was a guy with an RPK machine gun about 5 stories up behind it, and it was zeroed on the LZ. And actually, when Extortion 7 got shot down, that was the 3rd helicopter that had flown in that LZ and had been damaged. But anyway, when the pilot in command, I'm not going to mention his name, but he flew the CH-47. He was a instructor pilot for the high altitude mountain ops training out in Colorado. And they fly a very steep confined area landing approach. It's a slow, gradual, controlled, so that if you run out of power available, you could, turn away and go down the mountain and, not crash into the mountain, because landing at really high altitudes in a helicopter, you can run out of power. So he's flying this slow approach, and when he got kind of near the edge of the where it was an LZ on one side on the mountaintop and then a cliff on the left. One of the Afghanis fired an RPG and it came up and it struck one of the retreating blades. The fluke chance in the movie, it shows it coming in the back ramp, like coming in the aircraft, with the ramp down in the. It didn't do that. It actually hit one of the retreating blades about 6 feet from the tip and cut the blade off. And with that loss of lift of that blade, it caused a major imbalance of the aft rotor head. So they would have lost lift, and then the back end would have squatted down, and then it basically fell down the cliffside and tumbled and crashed into a rocky intermittent stream at the bottom of the cliff. Almost as soon as it hit it was full of jet fuel, almost, just what they had burned to get there.
Exploded.
And there was a huge fire and explosion. It burned for 12 hours. And almost at the very second where the fire went out, it started raining. And it rained really hard. And that little dip at the bottom of that cliff was in an intermittent stream. And my guy said that the helicopter was under 12 feet of water for about a week.
Jeez.
So there was no way they could have rescued those guys. And I think they did DNA tests on their corpses. They couldn't even recognize anybody. They were all burned beyond recognition. But that's what happened. RPG cut the blade off, and then it fell and crashed and then burned. And then it was under floodwaters, and they were able to recover that stuff like a week later. And one thing I wanted to point out, this book entitled The Inheritance, written by Christopher and Michelle Fulton. This book is about the Cartier wristwatch that John F. Kennedy was wearing when he was assassinated. When he was hit, either in the back of the throat, whichever one it was, and he raised his hand, he exposed his wristwatch. And when Jimmy's bullet that George Calora made hit him in the temple and splashed, they got mercury on the wristwatch. The wristwatch was given to Robert F. Kennedy. It was an 18-karat gold round Cartier wristwatch, kind of a dress watch. It had a leather band, and it got mercury on the crystal. Okay, there's striations and mercury on it. Nobody knew what that was. And I think, if I'm correct, 10 days after the operation, Jim, you can comment after this. I finished this comment. The only people that knew that Kennedy had been hit in the head with a mercury bullet was Jimmy, James Files, George Calora, and David Atlee Phillips. When Jim got debriefed at 63rd and Lawler, the CIA aircraft hangar at Midway Airport, it was a taped debriefing about how he killed Kennedy. He mentioned that he used a special bullet that Wolfman made for him for the XP-100. When that happened, later on, years later, everybody wanted to know whether, the government wanted to seize it because they say it was evidence. You know what I mean? And really what they're doing is they're trying to cover up what happened. But Robert F. Kennedy gave that wristwatch to his illegitimate son. Okay. And then that guy sold the wristwatch at Sotheby's later for like $1 million. But anyway, they tested that wristwatch and it had mercury on the face. And I think that's one of the pieces of evidence that absolutely proves, because I believe it was in the 1994 debriefing that Jimmy explained that he'd used a special mercury bullet to kill President Kennedy, but nobody else knew that. And how in the world could he have managed to, all those years later, put mercury on John F. Kennedy's wristwatch when it had been in the family's custody? So that's a piece of evidence that most people don't know about. But this book, The Inheritance, explains everything. And it proves that Jimmy was telling the truth, and there would have been mercury. And that's why they buried him at sea, because he's not in his grave at Arlington.
No.
Jim, have you still got a copy of the police report on where the FBI was, where the kid got arrested when the FBI went there after the gun?
I do.
Around Lake Beach area? Yeah,
I do. And it's what happened was they didn't note on the arrest report that they seized the pistol, but
they only registered the ammunition.
That's right. They said that they'd seized a box of ammunition, and they said it was 221 Remington Fireball, which we know that's what it was. Before, a lot of people thought it was a 222 Remington. When Jim explained, somehow the story got screwed up a little bit in the beginning, but Jim knew that the prototype was made in 222 Remington, the very first one.
Oh, when I said 221, everybody thought I misspoke because most people had never even heard of a Fireball, or they had never heard of a bolt action pistol, single shot, and they took it for granted that I gave the wrong number. But it's 221. I stood by it. They found 222s, and they accused me of changing the number on it. No, the whole thing was a 221, and I've never changed that story from day one.
The 220, it was actually made first in 222 Remington, but the ones they fielded and were sold to the public and the CIA got, they were all 221 Remington Fireball. Yeah. And it's a slightly shorter case.
We got ordered 1,000. It's the agency ordered 1,000. 500 for the agency and 500 for the FBI.
Who knows where those guns are today? But
yeah,
the ones that are really collectible are the ones that have a serial number that's lower than 1,500, 4-digit serial number. I own number one.
Right. So let me jump a little bit here. Now, Jimmy, I know you took some of the guys that were part of
I just delivered them to the airport, and I picked them up. And what happened out there, I don't know, because I couldn't comment on it because I wasn't there to see it. And what other people tell stories about, it's hard for me to believe half of what they tell me.
Yeah.
But you know yourself what they taught you, the agency. You believe nothing that you hear, and you only believe half of what you see.
Absolutely. Yep.
And just like the other part, character assassination precedes physical assassination.
That's true. So on those same lines, did they character assassinate JFK to you guys so that you would be more apt to shoot him?
They blamed him for the Bay of Pigs failure and everything else. And even I blamed him for the Bay of Pigs failure because he didn't send in the support that the Cubans needed.
Right.
Treason.
And they changed the landing for the invasion because we had a nice place picked out, and then they put it at the Bay of Pigs area. They went to Chandler's Bay, which is the swamp.
Yeah,
that was
James
planned to fail from the beginning.
Yeah, there you go. I was going to see if he would say that. Yeah.
Say that
what they wanted to do is send in the Marines. Start a war.
They were talking about sending in the Marines?
Do what now?
Yeah, they had Marines on ships right off the shore, and they wanted to do that, and they had a couple of airplanes that were painted up like Cuban airplanes. They were like B-25s or something, and they flew them. I can't remember where they came out of. Maybe
I think it was Guatemala.
Yeah, Guatemala, Nicaragua in there. Yeah, and they flew in there, and
they asked for some air support, and he wouldn't give it to them.
Yeah, it was designed to fail, and then they were going to go to Kennedy and say, "Hey, it's not working out right. We need the Marines, and we need this other support." And he told them right from the beginning. He said, "No, I'm not. If you can do it with mercenaries and the Cubans and be successful, do it. But I'm not going to get." He's kind of like Trump. He was kind of a peace president. He didn't want the Vietnam War, and as Jim pointed out before, they already had these big contracts with Brown and Root to do the port, build the port and build airports and all these, millions of dollars in contracts.
Wow.
Yeah. Now it's like Raytheon. Yeah.
We when we overthrew the Chilean government, we took Allende out of power to put Pinochet in. We ended 80 years of decent government. Not good government, but decent government. But we were getting our ass kicked down there regular. And we had 3,000 cutouts flown in from Argentina. The 3,000 cutouts, they were all like Germans, but they were good soldiers. But we was having a rough time down there.
Now, do you think President Trump right now is, it looks like we're going to take over Cuba. Do you think, because President Trump has basically said, many times he's like JFK, cleaning up JFK maybe. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that this is kind of, we've had, ever since then, we've had problems with Cuba, and you've talked about it on my show, how they do drug running, all kind of crazy stuff, sadly, into America. But do you think that because we didn't take care of them then, that was a huge mistake, and now we're having to do it again?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it was a mistake the first time.
Yeah.
But we believed that the Cubans would rise up, the population after the invasion we had there would take over, and we'd have all kind of support. We didn't have any, but I didn't find out until I believe it was 77, either 75 or 77. We were en route to Chile, Michael Vernon Townley and me, and a couple of Cubans, young kids. Michael called me up this day. I said, well, we got to scrub this operation. We're shutting out. Scrub it. Oh. I said, why? I said, hell, I could outshoot either one of them. Where they had the camera mounted inside the TV cameras. I mean, the gun was mounted inside the TV cameras and everything. Mm. And Michael got me off the side, told me, he said, we're ready to kill Castro. I said, no, what the hell are we going for? He said, we're going down there. He said, we're going to, when the kids got up to shoot Castro, he said, I was going to intercede, shoot both them. He said, I would also be, which Michael Vernon Townley worked for the DINA, and he was lieutenant colonel, and he also worked for the agency. But he said he'd be a hero of both parties, the secret police in Chile and also the agency. And at that time, when it was over with, and after we had the assassination, there in Embassy Row, Marito, his wife, she said, my husband for the agency, she says, but now he is a talking machine for the press.
Crazy.
I like Michael Vernon Townley, but his wife tried to get me to kill him while we were down there in Chile.
Mm. So you remember a camera? Do you think?
Yeah.
You think the CIA was involved in that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Wow. Holy smokes. See, that's the beauty of these conversations, James. Because we can bounce stuff back and forth, and you can answer some questions that have been hanging for decades. Wow.
Yeah. Huh. The guy was behind him to the right.
And that I don't know about because I was locked up, so I couldn't.
No,
sit there.
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the
Charlie Kirk is hunting. But like I say, that I didn't follow it. I don't know that much about Charlie Kirk or anything else. But
in prison, you were in bed.
Yeah, I was in bed. Anyway, but that I know nothing about it. Couldn't comment on.
Last September.
No, what I'm commenting on it. I wasn't trying to get you to comment on it.
I think it's all bullshit. I think the whole thing is bullshit. That's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, maybe.
Kind of like, Trump getting shot in the air. I think it's all bullshit. It was all, show. And I think Charlie Kirk's assassination was all show. But maybe, I'm open. Maybe not. But black blood coming out of your throat. That's not normal.
Yeah.
All right. So let's, any other things? Because we might have to start wrapping it up. I got another show to do here in a little bit. But
hey, one thing.
Archives letter proving that.
Okay, Jim, did you tell Mike about the archives letter? I think you get copies, don't you?
No, I didn't.
Now, the last batch of JFK files that was released. Within those files, my social security number was in there.
Wow.
And it got released. And we received a letter from them notifying me that my social security number had been made public, and to let them know we could change it if need be or whatever. And then from the Veteran Affairs, I got a letter from them under the name Sutton about my social security number. But the social security number was the same under both names.
Interesting. Wow.
And we've got
Hey,
the
Jim,
latest here.
can you make comments about just in general terms? Tell everybody what happened at Chappaquiddick, because that links the Kennedys. You know, the CIA didn't want another Kennedy in the office, and he was going to run for president.
Teddy.
I was in Florida at the time, living down there by Homestead, and Frank Sturgis, he come by the house, and he says, Jim, he said, do me a favor. He says, yeah, what do you need? He says, you got my back. He said, I got something I got to do. And I said, I always got your back. I said, you've had mine. You saved my ass a few times. And he said, you want to know what it is? I said, I don't care what it is. So we went up there, and we met Howard Hunt there once we got there. And on the reason she had air to breathe, he tried to make the story where she got in the front seat to the back seat where there's a pocket of air. And like I said, that dog don't hunt. Because if she could get the front seat to the back seat, the window in the car was open. Why didn't she go out the window and the water wasn't that deep? Because the car wasn't submerged all the way.
Yeah.
The roof of the car was still sticking up. While Frank Sturgis held her arms by her side, and he didn't grip her arms or anything. He just had his hands open, the palms of them, and pressed them against her side, and she couldn't break loose. Ted Kennedy brought her out there because he thought that she was going to be talked to, that people wanted to talk to her. And Mary Jo did. Sturgis and Hunt, the two that killed her, I stood there and watched. I was guilty as the rest of them. But she had no idea what was going on. The only thing that was concerned me was I drove the car off the bridge and tried to flip the car, but the water was too shallow right there.
Now you said
before I drove the car off the bridge, I had the windows down so I could get out. Because it's very hard to open a car door when you're underwater and the water's pressing against the car. Before I ever drove the car off the bridge.
That's Mary Jo Chappaquiddick. And then Ted, he was not in the car when it went off the bridge. He watched it happen.
Yeah.
Which is ironic because it is news.
The reason why I waited so long is because you guys had to get the ferry off, so they made it wait.
The ferry didn't start till, I don't know, 6 o'clock or 6:30 that morning. And Howard Hunt took Teddy off, and he told him exactly what to say.
Now, are you talking about Howard Hunt?
Howard Hunt, yeah.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. He was involved in that?
Yep.
He was
he was in Watergate.
Yeah, and CIA, Watergate
so,
scandal.
So was James. James was at Watergate.
Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in Watergate. I was just sitting outside in the car in Barry Seals. And we had the second team go in. The first team was to go in there. I felt bad about it because I was letting Frank Sturgis go to jail when I could have warned him, but I wouldn't dare break the contract or breach your promise with the agency. And Barry Seals asked me if I was going to go with the second team. And I said, hell no. And he says, why? I said, you want me to shoot somebody? I'll go in here and shoot them. I said, but I ain't going in there and to steal nothing. But we were stealing the training film. So what it was all about was the training film that we made at Lake Penturion, where we was jumping out of the back of a deuce and a half. George Bush was there, Lee Harvey Oswald, Jerry Hemmings, all of us. And we rolled out of the back of the deuce and a half, took position, we're guarding the outer perimeter, and yet we're all looking back at the camera. So the camera got a good shot of all of us, We all wanted to be movie stars, I guess, by looking into the camera.
They wanted some dirt on you in case they needed to, control you.
And they got the film back.
Wow.
They shot his car full of holes, a white Cadillac he was in. I don't know why he put his head down over the steering wheel and just accepted it. Me, I would have had it in reverse, and I didn't give a shit who I run over. I'd have been getting out of there one way or the other.
Oh, yeah. Me too, yeah. Huh.
But Barry just gave it up and laid his head down on the steering wheel, and they shot the hell out of him. Over 100 rounds fired into that Cadillac.
Jesus.
The interesting thing was when we first started talking about this was that Barry was in that first picture with the Operation 40 group,
Right. Yep.
And then so they're running drugs into Mena, Arkansas many years later. And that's the credibility. And he's at Watergate with Barry Seal. So you got these Operation 40 guys that were in Mexico City already planning to kill Kennedy in January of 63. And then here they are up in the 70s running a soft coup to throw Richard Nixon out of office, because that was a coup just like Kennedy. You know, the 5 of the 6 guys that got arrested at Watergate were CIA employees. And not only that, but tell them, Jimmy, about how they E. Howard Hunt's wife was killed in the airplane.
Well, with this one guy there, called him Johnny Bench. What was his last name, hon? You remember that? Metcalf, yeah, Johnny Metcalf. Her Metcalf. Dorothy
Hunt,
and
Michelle Clark.
yeah, Michelle Carter. And the airplane, when they put a bladder inside the tanks, the plane registered had plenty of fuel and it didn't. And so they got the port to turn around there at Midway. And so they went in circle and come back in for second approach. And that's when the plane went out of gas and they crashed at 72nd Walcott. I was home in Broadview, Illinois at the time the plane went down. And usually it's a 25 to 30-minute drive from there to the 72nd Walcott from where I lived. And that damn made it like, 12 minutes. I had the blood out of my car lid, flashing and everything else. I was blowing the horn. And I was driving like crazy. And I got there and the crime scene was up. I mean, they had to tape up this crime scene. And I asked one of the guys, I showed them my ID. They said, your people are over there. I wondered, what the hell's going on? I said, I come there not rescuing the people. They said they're searching for a briefcase. And Michelle, she knew the phone and all would be, Dorothy, she knew the phone would be tapped. So she went down the corner, used the payphone, called Michelle and told her what she had and told her what kind of briefcase to go get. And they'd make the swap on the airplane and fly into Chicago. And so Dorothy had no idea they'd have the payphone wiretapped. So the agency knew about it, so they planned that and they put Johnny Metcalf on there. And Dorothy, it was either Dorothy, I'm not remember.
See,
He was
Dorothy
a very unhappy
told,
person.
E. Howard Hunt got Dorothy to. He had a stash of materials, and he was thrown in jail.
Well, he had already blackmailed the Nixon government for $1 million to pay for the Cubans, so that they could look while those guys were in jail.
Yeah,
Hunt wanted to take care of their families, so then he tried
right.
to blackmail Nixon the second time around to turn him loose. Nixon wouldn't do it, so Howard Hunt, he had his wife Dorothy go there and go retrieve this material, the briefcase and everything. And he was making it popular, and Michelle was going to blow the story wide open. And it had all kind of shit and everything in there. A lot of operations.
So the tradecraft.
I'm getting pretty well tired and beaten. I'm having a hard time even thinking now, talking.
Okay.
But I'm gonna have to lay back down because Cinder took a lot out of me.
Well, thank you.
But I want to thank you for having us on today and talking about it and going down memory lane. You know what I mean? So,
Well, thank you,
Mike. Thank you for your service. Because I got a good idea what you went through, and we've walked the same paths. Let's put it this way: we travel some of the same ground.
Definitely.
Have a good
All right,
night.
I don't know if you have nightmares or not, but I still have bad dreams.
Yeah.
Call me tomorrow.
Okay. Talk to you later, brother.
Okay, brother. Call me before the race
Have
tomorrow.
a good day.
All right.
Thank you, you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You want to go for another minute or two?
Yeah, let's share that website one more time.
Okay. It's their website is JFK Murder, MURDER, James Files, JAMESFILES.weebly.com. And Weebly is spelled WEEBLY, 2 E's. So it's JFK Murder, James Files .weebly, WEEBLY.com. And you can donate if you want to help them. They're struggling financially. They have been for a long time. You know, when James got out of prison in 2016, after doing 25 years, had nothing, and Pam came across. There's books. There's the Primary Target JFK. That one right there. You can get that autographed. You can get this transcript. And I think they're looking for a donate. I think it says it on there, but I think this one is like $100. It's 90 some pages. Their book autographed. We used to be $80 autographed, and he put his thumbprint in there. I got him to put his trigger finger in some of mine, which I thought was kind of a cool twist. I'll mention that too. There's a limited number of those colored pencil things that he did in a prison cell at Statesville. It's Jackie crying after the assassination, and that reflection, the sheen that you see on her hair, is actually drawn in there. That's not a reflection of light on the picture. It's really incredible. I mean, as simple as it is, and it's got his autograph. And I think that and a couple of the other things like the book with his autograph are going to be worth a lot of money someday. Can you imagine having a book written by John Wilkes Booth on how he killed Abraham Lincoln and what the situation was, the political situation, that was autographed by John Wilkes Booth with his fingerprint in it? What that would be worth today, But going back to the plane crash, they had arrested E. Howard Hunt at the Watergate and thrown him in jail, and he got convicted and got sentenced to years and everything, and they were letting him rot in prison. And the CIA kind of eats its own, you know what I mean? And I know that some guys get treated rotten, or they'll go do some very heroic things, and then the next thing they do, so they can't talk about it, But what they do is you take an airplane, and when it's refueled, you stick a bladder in the fuel tank and inflate it, and seal it off, and then you fill the tank with fuel, but most of the tank is this bladder of air. So the fuel gauges in the cockpit say that the aircraft is full of fuel, but maybe 2/3 of the fuel tank is empty because it's an air bladder. It's just a tradecraft way. So like if somebody's flying, over mountains or over an ocean or something like that, and you want to make them, then when they crash and the aircraft burns, that little bladder burns up in the fire and there's no evidence of it. And it takes a really, really good investigator, especially if it smacks the water. I mean, even when you ditch an airplane, like the way the Malaysian airplane was flown, controlled, they have a thing called an uninterruptible co-pilot. And that airplane was flown with the passengers in it. If you want to do a show on that, I can brief you on that. That airplane was taken over. Some of the Boeing aircraft and some of the Airbus aircraft can be flown by what's called an uninterruptible co-pilot. And you can't, the people in the airplane can't control it. They take control of it with a computer. The flight controls don't work anymore. And if you wanted to fly airplanes into a building, you could do that. If you wanted to, but the Malaysian airplane took off and it flew up toward Vietnam, and then it went up to it ascended to something like 42,000 feet, and it stayed up there only 15 minutes, and then it came back down almost to the surface of the water and flew out over toward the Indian Ocean and disappeared. And my understanding is they were flying it with the uninterrupted co-pilot. But what you do is you take the airplane to altitude, and then you turn off the pressurization system. You got no witnesses. You fly it to wherever you want it. You can land it, automatic landing on a runway, maybe Diego Garcia, maybe someplace, one of those military airfields near Midway Island or whatever, someplace. And you land the airplane, and then you can do whatever you want. But the thing had in the cargo hold, it had about a ton of stuff that had been stolen. One of those RQ-9 Reaper drones that had been ambushed when they were moving it from the field to Bagram to be flown back to the States. And the Taliban got a hold of it, and they sold it to the Chinese for $9 million. And somehow they got it to Malaysia. And that flight was going to Beijing with that controller unit in it, and they knew it, and they wanted it back. So that's how they did it. They basically they hijacked the
9/11 too?
What's that?
Do you think that's how they did 9/11 too?
It's possible. It's probable, actually. Yeah. And I know I've got a friend also, this is totally off the subject of James Files, but he worked on the World Trade Centers. They had a contract. He was working for a company that was told they were installing a 138 kV trunking system. And they went in there, and for weeks, there were different companies that had like 7 or 8 floors apiece. It was completely compartmentalized. But they were drilling holes in the elevator shafts to mount this trunking system, and they were knocking holes in the concrete floor, he said, big enough to put sheets of plywood through. And they worked on it only at night from like 11 at night to like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then they had to leave. And they did it for weeks, and both buildings were prepped, and he left. They were supposed to be at the FBI building in St. Louis the next Monday. And then the next day when it hit, they were told that the contract at the building, the federal St. Louis, had been canceled, and they were given their checks. And one of my buddies told me, he said, well, we've got our tool trailers and all this stuff out here, all the tools and all that stuff and the trailers that belong to the company. What do you want us to do with that? And they said, just keep it. Wow. How about that? Yeah. So he went home with a trailer full of tools. And then the next day he sees the building is run into by airplanes, apparently, and then the building falls into its shadow, straight down. And you got these little puffs coming up the side of the building as it's falling. And everybody that sees that knows anything about implosion, demolition of buildings. It's so blatantly obvious that the building was prepped ahead of time and blown up. And the steel beams were cut with, I understand, with a new type of nanothermite. And then they cordoned off the area, and they had, I think it was, what's the name of that company? We work with them once in a while. Something in Jennings. But anyway, they had the contract to do the cleanup, and they get in there and get all the concrete and the steel and stuff out of there. And supposedly it was bought for scrap by China or something like that. So there basically was no investigation. And they didn't want anybody to see that steel because you could see where it had been cut by a thermite charge.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that would have been easy to detect. But isn't that funny that they dropped those buildings and they didn't do an investigation?
So it sounds like I'm doubling here for some reason. It's a problem that we know that happens with all these bad things. So.
Let me mute my thing. I'm wondering if we're.
So how about no? It's still the same. All right, let's call it. So great show. We'll have to get together and do another one.
The Chinese and the rest of the world have offered to write off all American and Western debt, public and private, and replace a system of Babylonian debt slavery with one where the government creates money and uses it for the public good. And the offer is on the table, and the elites are refusing it because they're still trying to enslave us. And this war on Iran was yet another attempt to kill all of us. And who are these people? Well, let's take a look at the person that the so-called U.S. government sent to negotiate in Pakistan with Iran, Jared Kushner. Listen to him talk about, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Here's a guy who's starting genocide in order to profit personally, supposedly representing the U.S. government. This is the same guy who bought 666 West Fifth Avenue, the home of Lucent Technologies, where they were developing microchips to implant into human brains. Is this who we want in charge of our government? I don't think so. And the problem is that these people do not want to give up their magic money machine. It's the source of their power. More than 98% of American congressmen accept money from AIPAC. That means they represent Israel, not the United States. And they're not going to give up quietly. They're not going to go away. But these are human slavers. And the whole world is realizing it. Take a look at this MP in Europe, pointing out what the whole world knows. The Nazis and Israelis are the same people. These are Jews who killed other Jews to force them to go along with their insane plans. These are the people who run the United States. And they just lost a war with Iran, and it's the biggest military defeat in U.S. history. I had some talks with U.S. intelligence people and military intelligence, and they told me that 4,000 American soldiers were killed by Iranian missiles and 3,000 of their family members. Another 2,500 are missing as are full of wounded U.S. troops. So they're saying now it's more than 10,000 American casualties. And Israel lost at least 200,000 people. They were, buried under their rubble as their plants they're working on were bombed. So this has been an incredible disaster. And yet, for some reason, we still have on our screens a visibly insane man, supposedly Donald Trump, and he was replaced. The one that was, and they seem to have come up with a replacement, but nonetheless, this person is not in charge, and this person is not saying. Listen to this guy summarize what he says in his own words. So, we definitely need to invoke the 25th Amendment, and I believe that the answer is going to have to be J.D. Vance. Here you see J.D. Vance. I know he's connected to Peter Thiel and he's not ideal, but we need at least to step in the right direction with him. And here he is saying that he's going to go after pedophiles, okay? That's important because it's this whole pedophile blackmail network that's fighting for their lives to prevent us from liberating ourselves from their system of Babylonian debt slavery. And they are slavers. For example, we now have a rabbi explaining to us that Ukrainian women were brought into Israel as slaves, prostitute slaves, against their will. Listen to him talk about it. So these are the kind of people who control the so-called U.S. government. And they even brag about it. AIPAC put out an ad saying, hey, yeah, we control all the politicians. They're bragging about it. They want to enslave us. And yet somehow they still control the United States, but not the rest of the world. And we can be pretty sure that this is not going to last much longer. For example, the United States says they're going to block the Straits of Hormuz. Well, they can't. They didn't. It's a lie. They've been militarily defeated. What they're going to try to do next, though, and this one could be good, they're going to try to blockade the Straits of Malacca. That's where 80% of China's oil goes through. So at a higher level, the U.S. and China do have to come up with an agreement on a new system. And it is happening. And also, China is changing in ways people don't realize. They just removed 700 million cameras from their streets. You know how they had this facial recognition system? They had cameras everywhere. They removed the whole thing. They took it out. They said, no, we don't want to have a digital prison for China. Okay, so they are changing. And I think we can reach a deal with them where together we work to make this planet better. Not to enslave everybody to one tribe of Satanists, but rather to all of us decide together what sort of future we want to build, what sort of world we want to live in. This can be done. We just have to remove the criminals who control the Congress, and most importantly, we need to take their control away from the magic money machine. This is the important thing. We need to go after Scott Bessent. He is married to a man, has a bunch of children. God knows where they got those children from, and God knows what they're doing to them, but that's not the sort of person who should be in charge of the money of the American people. And this, he has to be removed. And as I keep repeating, the Dragon family has an offer on the table to offer, with gold-backed money, to wipe off all debt, private and public, for the entire West, and then provide unlimited funding that you don't have to pay back to rebuild your infrastructure. Because the Asians believe that if you make your customer rich, they make you rich. It's a win-win solution for them. So the offer's on the table. We're waiting for an answer. And until we get one, we're just going to have to keep going after these people and keep doing it until they're finally and permanently removed from control of the West. This is very important. And it is happening. I mean, France, Spain, the UK, everybody in NATO has broken away from the Israeli regime. So the United States, the Israeli-occupied United States is more isolated now than it has ever been. All the Western allies are dumping them, and it cannot last much longer. But it's horrific to see we still have this madman on our screens every day pretending that he's somehow a leader. He's not. He is a puppet Satanist, and this whole thing has to be taken down, and we're going to require the military to move into Mar-a-Lago and all these other places and shut down these studios, the TV studios, pretending to be government. Enough is enough. I think we're all sick and tired of it, and I'll be lobbying everywhere I can to make sure that this nightmare ends. But rest assured, most of the world has already shaken these people off. And now it's just the United States and Israel that need to be freed, and Ukraine. Once that's done, it's game over. So we're close. Hang in there, folks. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Ivan, we have our first question for today. A few years ago, you mentioned that George Soros is dead. Now there are people that still think he is alive and well. So, in your opinion, which one is it? I did a quick search on Brave browser, which found that George Soros is actively alive and healthy as of April 2026, despite recurring viral death hoaxes on social media.
Dick Cheney, years ago, and after I was told that, the Soros family put out an announcement saying they're going to, hand over control to his children. But after that, they put out an obviously fake video of Soros speaking at, supposedly it was in Davos, Switzerland, but the video was recorded in San Francisco. And I'm pretty sure San Francisco is not in Switzerland. But what's happening is they keep the pretense these people are alive in order to keep that sort of power structure intact. So they pretend he's alive to protect the real handlers, from assassination, and to make it look like, it's still the same people in charge of money. Because otherwise, all sorts of messy inherent things come up. So that's why they keep replacing dead people with fakes or computer graphics. But yeah, until they stop pretending he's alive, it's not over. So he's alive in the sense that he's alive as a lobby of a group of people who control the money printing machines. But the real George Soros is long gone, that's for sure. Next question.
Hi Ben, I remember you said in a previous video you can show up to an airport in Japan 15 minutes before domestic departures and nobody will search you, which we normally get through at international entrances. My question is, who's the ultimate controller of the international flight security control at global airports? IATA, so SUS or WEF for clans. Even harmless wine cork openers are confiscated at Haneda Airport, and control for the sake of controlling is still imposed. Isn't there any pressure against those in control of international flights for Japan, and why would these so easy checks only be applied to domestic departures?
Well, the domestic departures do actually have security screening. They're just really efficient at it. But yeah, this whole idea of forcing us to go through that humiliating ritual at airports, it's designed partly so they can sell machinery. They have like these body scanners and stuff. But the whole thing does, the path leads to Switzerland and the Octagon Group. And, hopefully when this is over, people will once again be able to just hop on a plane, 15 minutes before flight, and then they can do that without any worrying about hijacking, because the technology's there. They can just walk through, and if there's a gun or something, it'll be scanned. So there's no reason to have these huge lineups except to humiliate us and to sell unnecessary equipment to airports. And it's really annoying. And hopefully this will all end soon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In your last video, you mentioned that we have, quote, lost to China. Could you explain what that means to all of us, as we in North America, are we now under Chinese control?
Well, what I mean is that the U.S. Moved their industrial base out of the United States into China. This was the leaders of the, big corporations. So China can now manufacture like 11 times more steel, etc. So the real physical economy has been moved to China, and this is not something that can be fixed overnight. So what needs to happen, and the Chinese are offering to help, is to once again rebuild industry inside the United States. And the reason the current ruling class does not want Chinese help to rebuild U.S. industry is because they want to stay in control. And that is what's blocking it. But, essentially, these people thought that as long as they had their magic money machine, they could let the Asians actually build stuff. But they forgot that money is only valuable if it's backed by something real, and they lost everything real to back their money. So they lost the financial war, they lost the economic war, and they're losing the public opinion war big time. That's the reality. But, the American people and the Western people are waking up, and they're going to overthrow these criminals, and then once again we'll leave China in the dust. You watch and see. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In your last video at the 50-second mark, you say the U.S. military has announced a peace agreement with Iran that basically meant a complete surrender. How can you say that it is surrendering if it is only a ceasefire and not a peace agreement?
Well, if you look at the agreement that was published, they said they're going to withdraw all U.S. troops from the Middle East. They were going to pay Iran compensation. And the other thing is they've lost the ability to block the Strait of Hormuz or to control the oil in the region. But what's happening now is the U.S. is moving to the Straits of Malacca. And that is a place where they can actually apply real pressure. So they can force China to reach a fair deal with the West. And that was what is going to happen. But as far as Iran is concerned, the reality is they lost big time. They lost 5 aircraft carriers. Israel lost 60% of their F-35s. They lost 15 Apache helicopters in like 5 minutes in Lebanon, and that means that they can't protect their tanks. And the missiles destroyed the fortified underground bunkers where the Israeli leadership was living, and their families, and they've all been killed. So no matter how much they try to fake the news, the reality is they lost. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What is the deadline for the offer being made to pay off all of the debt? One can only assume that this isn't an offer that's extended into extended perpetually. What's going on with the army being assembled to hunt down the Khazarian mafia as well, and has it started yet?
Well, obviously, it still has a long way to go because we still haven't seen anybody arrested for the Epstein case in the United States. But the fact that the Edmund de Rothschild Bank was raided, and the fact that a high-level Freemason assassination squad was arrested, this means that this very high-level control of the government is being removed in France, and that people like Kushner and Trump are underneath these people. So at a very high level, it is happening. But until we get these idiots off our screens, and we once again have, government, by the people and for the people, it's not over. And we have to keep fighting. But I ask for the military to please, go into Congress and arrest every single member of Congress who's accepted money from IPAC. That would be a good way to start. Okay, well, that's what we have to say this week, and hopefully there'll be good news next week. It's going to happen, but it's very frustrating to see these people still in power after all they've done. But it cannot last much longer. They don't have money, they don't have support, and they're internationally isolated. It should not be too long before Jared Kushner and all those people are handcuffed in front of the cameras. We've just all work to make it happen. All right, well, hope to see you again next week.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, in the coming hours the world as we see it will be changed forever as JFK Jr. emerges on the emergency broadcast system, alive and ready to speak. With the U.S. Army sweeping the land under Trump's command, convoys of military prisoner trucks with over 50,000 traitors en route, were rolling to air bases for immediate Gitmo transfer. It's been a long time in coming. Below find an article I wrote 12 years ago on Monday, April 14, 2014, when we were just beginning to see the extent of corruption in the world led by the Vatican's people were just now waking up. In other news, President Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic, where the privately owned by Satan-worshipping bankers U.S. Incorporated has been dissolved, justice reborn and common law sovereignty returned to concepts of the original uncorrupted Constitution. The world-changing announcement was expected to be made public by President Trump on July 4, 2026. Before that, we were expected to have a much-anticipated black swan event. For some time the cabal's fiat U.S. dollar and manipulated New York stock market have been roaring toward collapse. That's when the always 10 steps ahead President Trump activated a global currency reset of 209 nations' currencies which traded at a 1-to-1 with each other. By Monday, April 27, 2026, NISRA, National Freedom from Debt Law, and its twin like JAZARA Global Debt Relief Law, were set to activate under Protocol 19. This meant that in an ISO monetary network realignment, the global financial system would be transitioning from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold/asset-backed currency quantum financial system, where speed, transparency and security reigned. When NISRA activated, debts would vanish and mortgages, credit cards and other illegal financial burdens, dissolved. The IRS dismantled. Income tax abolished. A single 14% sales tax on luxury goods replaced the chains of old taxation. It's the collapse of the controlling and corrupt old world. In order for a nation to participate in the new global financial system, they cannot be at war with another country. Thus, activation of the GCR dissolves military conflicts, initiates global peace and unlocks massive unrestricted humanitarian funds to lift all peoples out of poverty. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Patriots and independent researchers have uncovered compelling evidence that the original Joe Biden died some time ago. What the public has been presented with is a carefully crafted combination of clones, actors, and body doubles. DNC operatives contacted specialized facilities in January 2025 to produce a Biden clone. The clone was rapidly matured and deployed by April 2025 to sustain the illusion during critical political events and push policies that undermine American sovereignty. Professional actors further the deception. Individuals such as Dana Garvey and Arthur Roberts have been identified as portraying Biden in public appearances. The deep state used this ruse to project stability while pulling strings behind the scenes. A clone or actor let them control the narrative. In a study of 62 placentas, every single sample contained microplastics, evidence that exposure to microplastics begins before birth. Other studies showed microplastics in the human body created a 4.5% increase for heart attacks and other major health problems within 3 years of having the vax. Robert F. Kennedy, Secretary of Health. The Weiner laptop contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. The only problem, Hillary Clinton has already been arrested, faced her Gitmo military tribunal and was hanged according to Michael Baxter, the only reporter allowed at Gitmo. Evidently in these past few years body doubles and clones are all that you have seen of Hillary. Thursday, April 23, 2026 Fox News, Virginians are furious after illegal alien crime rings run rampant across the state. Governor Abigail Spanberger, who ran as a moderate, has ended police cooperation with ICE. Possible timing on Saturday, April 2, 2026 the new quantum financial system took over all deep state control of the cabal's global banking SWIFT system. On Monday, April 20, 2026 the QFS gold-backed system activated in 209 nations. Trump's sovereign treasury eliminates the Fed. No income taxes, tariffs and sales tax only. On Wednesday, 22nd of April, 2026, 48-hour blackout tests CBS via Starlink. Patriots prepare supplies as banks switch to QFS. Arrests of pedophiles and traitors ramp up. Military tribunals use medbed recovered memories and DNA proof to convict deep state elites. On Friday, April 24, 2026, 7 trumpets and presidential messages were set to sound over all cell phones on Earth to introduce the EBS. Trump will post on X, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." Martial law would be declared for mass arrests. Jazara/Nizar debt forgiveness would launch with prosperity payments. Thursday, April 30, 2026, the old world ends. 1. FISA surveillance expires April 30. All intercepts must be acted on before then. 2. Epstein hearings, Gates testimony June 10. Subpoenas issued before April 30. 3. Tesla free energy released to the general public worldwide, 107 on Telegram. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, global access via QFS. Free for all, ending big pharma gatekeeping. Longevity becomes reality. Additional medbed pods deployed in major restored Republic centers. On Monday, May 4, 2026, Trump addresses nation on health freedom victory. Light triumphs over darkness. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026, world unites in healing stories. Cabal medical tyranny ends. Anti-aging and full regeneration protocols become available for key supporters of the Great Awakening. On Monday, May 11, 2026, DNA repair and mind control deprogramming fully operational for all treated individuals. Digital. C. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Military tribunals, confessions will be broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. Then comes the internet shutdown and 10 days of communication darkness. Thursday, April 23, 2026, High Alert. Global EBS activation confirmed for April 24 to 25. Trump greenlights military operation, worldwide alert hits, elite networks exposed, the MAGA King on Telegram. Military intelligence under President Donald J. Trump has launched a major emergency broadcast system operation for Friday 24 April and or Saturday, April 25, 2026. Every cell phone worldwide will erupt with a loud piercing alert tone blasting through silent mode, forcing devices to sound and vibrate hard. This strategic move sends unfiltered truths to American citizens while the military watches and records the global elite's panicked responses. It is a key step in exposing the deep state networks and advancing the America First agenda. The alert grid was built by the deep state after the 2020 election theft. Obama holdovers in FEMA and FCC expanded it from 2021 to 2025 with tests in the US, Europe, Canada, Australia, Thailand and elsewhere. Publicly called a system for emergencies like storms or kidnappings, it was actually a tool for future control and compliance demands. Trump seized full control, integrating it with Starlink satellites and securing it against interference from corrupt carriers. Special teams monitor facilities. The 2 days of alerts allow tracking of delays, jamming attempts and resistance from officials tied to the elites. On April 24 the first alerts drop across time zones, followed by more details on April 25. The content includes documented election fraud evidence from 2020 and 2024, the transition to asset-backed money replacing the Federal Reserve scam, and instructions for protecting bank accounts. Bureaucrats and agencies losing power will be named directly, free of media spin. Funded the upgrades and pushed open borders, wage suppression and energy policies harming workers. Elites planned digital IDs and lockdowns but the military flipped it. As millions receive fax, banks scramble, media coordinates and agents activate, all logged. American families suffering higher costs and job losses get the truth straight. Alerts reach factories, trucks and homes. Military stands ready. The deep state created this weapon to control masses. President Trump now uses it to awaken patriots and expose the cabal. Sovereignty advances as the deep state crumbles in their own grid. Patriots stay strong. Thursday, April 23, 2026 The White Hats vs. Deep State, Nizar and Jazara Trump on Telegram. Inside the White Hat vs. Deep State war was a very important battle for the next internet. Both the Deep State and the White Hats plan to kill the current internet. The Deep State's internet would be digitalized with internet passports. Those passport and laws and those who cooperate with their rules, standards and regulations of the cabal's online banking system. The Deep State has a plan to control the world through their own internet where they have control over all people through banking and social networks. This new internet they wanted to launch was called the Great Reset, or restarting the internet. The White Hat's internet, which was ready to be immediately released by Tim Berners-Lee, has the most advanced security and unbreakable encrypted system ever created to serve mankind. It has AI systems that identify online pedophilia, human trafficking networks and world money laundering systems. Incubated in the new internet's many features was its purpose of saving the world from its present corrupt status. It contained an advanced AI that eradicates homelessness and third world poverty. It's designed to end all wars and give generational healing through high technology that uses advanced systems connected to Tesla. The body is a field of energy and receptors that connect to the DNA and all self-dimensional healing rhythms that affect the state of the body and mind. Global currency reset. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange/bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Thursday, April 23, 2026 A2ZRV and Dreams group chat. I'm hearing that bondholders are receiving their notifications. This is important and verified truthful information. As we said yesterday, you are hearing these notifications are out now. The next marker we get are 4B notifications. There are many types of bondholders too. We were looking at specific groups that would be notified just before 4B. Many bondholders got paid in increments, 1%, 9% and then final payouts of 90%. These are final payouts. Thursday, April 23, 2026 Bruce, the big call. Today a top source said that we have a pending start over the weekend based on what happens tomorrow Friday with the EBS broadcast of global announcements. Certain people in the U.S. Treasury want the tariff dividends, $2.000, to come out in a lump sum, or they could be done in monthly payments starting Sunday to Monday. R&R, and Doge payments will be in your money account, wallet, when you receive your redemption appointments. Notifications for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, to receive exchange appointments could happen over the weekend, with exchanges starting by 28th of April. Thursday, April 23, 2026 confirmed, redemption centers preparing for first appointments, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sources linked to U.S. Treasury offices report that the first Jazar exchanges were scheduled for April 2026. Authorized Tier 4B participants are already receiving preparation alerts. At the centers, biometric verification confirms identity before asset-backed exchanges for ZIM, dinar, and dong. Participants will receive a quantum-linked card connected to their QFS wallet. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Save the Children, Thursday, April 23, 2026. Housekeeper on Epstein Island in 2013, 11 months in the shadow of the elite, a housekeeper's account of life on a restricted island. Thursday, April 23, 2026. Rachel, age 22, taken to Epstein Island May 2019, The Progress Bar to Justice, How I Copied the Forbidden Files. What We Think We Know. This of Friday, April 24, 2026, Thursday, April 23, 2026. FBI Director Kash Patel, the Southern Poverty Law Center, has been indicted for raising millions to fight extremists, then secretly funding extremist leaders such as Ku Klux Klan, KKK. United Klans of America, Unite the Right, including payments to a planner/leader of the 2017 Charlottesville events, American Front, National Alliance, National Socialist Movement. Area nations, specifically including its affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, also referred to as the American Nazi Party, JFK Awakening on Telegram. Thursday, April 23, 2026. Exposed. The Actor, and the Greatest Lie Ever Sold to America, the White House on Telegram. The American people have been deceived. Patriots and independent researchers have uncovered compelling evidence that the original Joe Biden died some time ago. What the public has been presented with is a carefully crafted combination of clones, actors, and body doubles. This is the greatest political lie ever sold to the nation by the deep state cabal. Astute observers have long noticed the anomalies. The Biden seen in recent years looks, sounds, and acts differently from the Biden of a decade earlier. Facial features, ear shapes, jawlines, voice patterns, and mannerisms show inconsistencies that suggest multiple versions being used to fool the public and advance an anti-American agenda. Deep state forces initiated a cloning project. DNC operatives contacted specialized facilities in January 2025 to produce a Biden clone. The clone was rapidly matured and deployed by April 2025 to sustain the illusion during critical political events and push policies that undermine American sovereignty. Professional actors furthered the deception. Individuals such as Dana Garvey and Arthur Roberts have been identified as portraying Biden in public appearances. Some appearances even resembling Hollywood figures, as noted by vigilant patriots. Telling proof comes from the staged White House set. Important addresses happened on a fake Oval Office with obvious flaws like showing summer greenery in winter. This artificial setup indicates the substitutes needed controlled environments to hide the truth. The deep state used this ruse to project stability while pulling strings behind the scenes. A clone or actor let them control the narrative. Media tried to dismiss the evidence as conspiracy theories, but patriots have known the truth for years. In 2026, as the Republic moves toward restoration, the full scope of the deception emerges. QAnon followers and Trump supporters are vindicated. The greatest lie is unraveling, exposing the cabal's efforts to subvert democracy. This scandal highlights the need for vigilance. Patriots who question the story awaken the masses. As more evidence surfaces, accountability will be demanded for this fraud. The house of cards is falling, signaling a new era where truth triumphs. America is waking up and the deep state retreats as justice nears. Thursday, April 23, 2026, breaking. Hillary Clinton in full panic as Weiner laptop files ready for public release, Secret emails, Obama contacts, payoff records, and dirty secrets exposed. The MAGA King on Telegram. The Weiner laptop is the single most dangerous piece of evidence still in the shadows. Its full public release will end Hillary Clinton for good. As of April 2026, with President Trump back in the White House, dismantling the old regime that pushed to hide these files has become even more frantic. This device contains the full blueprint of the Clinton machine, including child trafficking networks, money laundering operations, Epstein blackmail, and treason reaching the Obama Oval Office. It ties together every betrayal of the American people. Seized by the NYPD in 2016, investigators found thousands of Clinton emails, Huma Abedin's messages, and an insurance policy folder with compromise on politicians and elites. Comey and Lynch buried it to shield Clinton through the election. Trafficking evidence is central, with patterns matching Epstein activities and coordination through State Department channels during Clinton's time as Secretary of State and foundation projects. Financial records detail pay-to-play with foreign funds routed through the Clinton Foundation and offshore accounts. Obama pseudonyms show his role in protecting the network from oversight. Huma Abedin served as the keynote, handling classified information and leverage strategies. The files expose efforts to undermine Trump via open borders, weak energy policies, and bad trade deals. References to cleanup protocols. Today in 2026, these files connect to the globalist fight against Trump's second term. The Epstein links fuel current lawfare and control pushes. Trump's DOJ stands ready to declassify the full archive. The documents link straight from 2016 scandals through Russia hoax, impeachments, 2020 issues, and all lawfare. The same networks still attack American sovereignty. Trump has always seen this fight as existential. His current administration is the cleanup phase. The Weiner laptop release will prove every America First policy counters the deep state betrayal. The archive was never meant to surface, serving as ultimate insurance for those viewing America as profit and citizens as expendable. Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, and all involved will finally face justice. The deep state racket collapses and the Republic reclaims its sovereignty. The Starlink Satellite Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, presently overrides all cell phones, TV, radio, and internet broadcasts worldwide. The old SWIFT financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system functioned worldwide over Starlink and had complete control over our new quantum financial system. Sometime in this next week, trumpets will sound over all cell phones worldwide, to announce that in the next 5 hours, everyone would need to be in a place of their choice for a worldwide blackout that would last 10 to 12 days. The lockdown meant that all communication systems worldwide would be down, internet, TV and radio, with phones only working for 911 calls. You could obtain a special app from the military that hooked your phone to the new Starlink satellite system. Banks would be closed and credit/debit cards and ATMs would not work. Planes, trains would be shut down. The power grid would shut off for a short period of time while the world switched over to Tesla-free energy. It would be wise to prepare for these 10 days of events by having food, cash and necessities on hand, although if needed, food and necessities would be given out by the military, as would an app that would make your cell phone active, since only 911 calls could be made on your regular cell phone. In 7 EBS messages, the Global Military Alliance under President Trump would announce Nizara/Jazara debt relief for all peoples of the earth. There would be 3 days of darkness where planned cyber attacks would take down satanic sites across the globe, followed by 10 to 12 days of disclosure where information would come from a single Starlink website channel that would broadcast the truth. Everyone will be asked to stay home during a 5-hour window. Comprehensive documentaries will air across all stations in 8-hour segments in a 24/7 loop 3 times a day. Military law would be in effect to protect the population while the Global Military Alliance finished their arrests of thousands of Satan-worshipping, corrupt and treasonous politicians and global elites. With the large amount of politicians arrested, governments would be shut down. The world would continue to function under martial law until fair and transparent elections could be held in each country. During this time, people holding foreign currencies and ZIM bonds would be called into exchange. The White Hat military was in control of the foreign currency exchange/bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense Operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. Upon conclusion of the lockdown period, An 800 number will be provided for the general public to schedule appointments to set up their quantum accounts on the new Starlink system, ensuring everyone globally received a sum of money already deposited into their accounts. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. 2s. April 21, 2026, are they clones? U.S. VP J.D. Vance once owned Ambrosia, the adrenochrome-linked company, and Erica Kirk's family appears tied to Mossad and trafficking networks. 2s. April 21, 2026, Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, says that U.S. government raising taxes doesn't do anything to help the average American because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups and 17,000 lobbying groups. Monday, April 20, 2026, Trump's global military alliance has discovered an underground cloning lab in Antarctica that contained 290 centers for cloning. Present were clones and duplicates of babies, half of the world's leaders in clones including Hillary Clinton, Obama, Biden, and Fauci. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden in March 2026 for his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through Gitmo in the final months of 2025, their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. A possible timing on Friday 24th of April or Saturday 25th of April, every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, unmistakable alert signal. The EBS signal will be transmitted directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elites. On 2s. April 28, 2026, full activation speeds up. Rescued children healed first. Great Awakening peaks with miracles. On Wednesday, April 29, 2026, Trump orders protect medbeds. Republic fully restored. B. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, 3 days of exposure, 10 days of darkness, 10 days of darkness on Telegram, May 12, 2026 Alliance Plan, military intelligence follows the Julian calendar. Trump created the fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything, internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. A 95% reduction in the corrupt government, we will finally be free from the parasites, IRS. Taken over by the new U.S. Treasury. A new tax system, only a 14% tax on new items, no taxes on food, medicine, or wages. Finally, real relief for the people. Maritime law will be thrown out, replaced by common law. No more tyranny in disguise. Unfolding of events. As the grand spectacle takes shape, a series of remarkable events will transpire. Rods of God and directed energy weapons will be deployed to neutralize satanic strongholds worldwide. Planes and trains will be grounded, ensuring the cabal's reach is severed. Lights and power will briefly flicker as the world transitions to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers and data centers will face a decisive blow, leading to the fall of 99.5% of cryptocurrencies, including China coins. ISO 20022 coins, backed by precious metals, will emerge as a new financial paradigm. A simulated World War III scare event will send shockwaves through the populace. Nuke sirens will blare, sending chills down spines. A mysterious water event will capture the world's attention. The stock market will crash, reshaping the global financial landscape. Global martial law will be declared, ushering in an era of unprecedented control. The enigmatic Castle Rock scenario Julian Assange will unravel. Quantum systems will come to life. Nizara/Jazara/Harvey will pave the way for a new era of prosperity. Elections will be flipped via military courts, invoking FISA military tribunals, and confessions will be broadcast over 10 intense 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will unite to activate the emergency broadcast system, covering the entire globe. A cascade of shocking truths will be unveiled. The long-awaited inauguration of Trump and Kennedy will be celebrated. The Israeli Mossad's grip on the world's media will crumble. The military doesn't speak because they are busy. Their actions are determined by a quantum computer that takes into account all aspects of the international situation. No one really speaks except to encourage. Troops will be stationed in every country. In these days and nights the deep state cabal will fall. We need 100% of the people indoors to see what the U.S. Army will broadcast to everyone in the world. It will be very painful, but we can no longer separate people. Pain is happening now. It had to happen. Sleeping sheep must also experience the pain. Now is the Great Awakening. Civilization will never be the same again. After the Great Fall, those who have not noticed the global collapse will wake up. It's time to wake up the sheep. It's actually far worse than you think. See Global Currency Reset Monday, April 20, 2026. Bond payments, bond rumors and currency payments, what you need to know. Twos. April 21, 2026. The White Hat military is in control of the foreign currency exchange/bond redemption process and has already released funds for a global currency reset across the world. Those GCR funds come directly from the U.S. Treasury Department of Defense Operations and go out to Treasury departments in other countries. All banks have signed non-disclosure agreements. There will be an internet blackout. Twos. April 21, 2026. Paymasters have been given until Wednesday 22nd of April to finish their bond payouts. Twos. April 21, 2026. Bruce, the big call. On Friday at 8 p.m. the Clarity Act was passed by Congress so that cryptocurrencies would back the GCR. One source said we are on high alert for Wednesday to Thursday, 22 to 23 April. Certain redemption center leaders have been off, are on call for WED and must go in on Thursday 23 of April. We should receive our tariff dividends, around $2,000, over the next 3 days, WED, Thursday or Friday 22, 23, 24 April by direct deposit to our bank accounts. There are 2 confirmations that the EBSNDs will be utilized Friday 22nd of April or Sat. 23rd of April of this week. It appears 800 numbers to make Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group. Appointments will be received between now and Saturday 25th of April. Nizara initiates in the US in April. Jazara initiates for the world in May. D2s. April 21, 2026. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new Starlink quantum financial system, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The money from your birth certificate trades on the stock market was already deposited in your quantum financial account, as well as the repayment of loans, student loans, mortgages, etc. We all have money that is ours in those accounts. You do not need to have Zim bonds or dinars. It is money that you have earned during your life and that is in that account. The general public will be called to the redemption center and given a QFS card so they can use their money. People asking you to set up your QFS account want to steal your personal data and try to approve your money. At some point we will have to sign a silent agreement, NDA, and we will not be able to say anything about this topic. E-banking crisis 2s. April 21, 2026. Nationwide banking crisis, individual accounts showing zero balances, 2s. April 21, 2026. Important information for crypto holders, 2s. April 21, 2026. Banks not having sufficient money to back individual accounts. F2s. April 21, 2026. Tier 4B, also known as the Internet Group, have invested in foreign currency like the Iraqi dinar, or they have bought the Zimbabwe Zim bond that they can exchange upon completion of the global currency reset, Project Odin martial law. Redemption centers will soon be summoning those who are part of this currency revaluation. They won't be mystical places but could be your local bank or even an unassuming office. Once inside, the foreign currencies you've held on to will be exchanged for massive wealth. While many of us are aware and prepared, the general public remains oblivious. But once this hits mainstream news, expect a mad rush to redemption centers. The sleepers will wake up too late. And here's the kicker, the quantum financial system, QFS, rumored to be hack-proof and the future of financial security, is about to wipe out the central banking system. QFS promises to end the fiat slavery that has controlled nations for too long. What's more, it will shift the balance of power forever. And don't forget about Nizar al-Jazara. This treasure has been hidden from the public for decades. These mysterious payments, tied to everything from birth certificates to mortgages, will start filling QFS accounts. You won't even need a redemption center appointment for this part. The general public will be left in the dust, but you, the chosen few, will know what's coming. Prepare now, because the quantum financial system is here. Get your hands on foreign currency while you still can. Guru Information and Intel G. Update the Guantanamo Files, Q plus the Great Awakening, the list of traitors hanged in Gitmo, 107 on Telegram. In April 2026, the Guantanamo Files stand as undeniable proof that military justice is dismantling the deep state cabal once and for all. Patriots loyal to President Donald J. Trump and the Q Operation watch in awe as tribunals at Gitmo deliver the reckoning long promised against traitors who sold out America for globalist power. The list of those hanged reveals a systematic purge of the evil network that orchestrated election theft, bioweapon releases, and child exploitation rings while hiding behind public office. Military alliances working in tandem with Trump have conducted these proceedings in secrecy since his triumphant return, shielding the public from panic while exposing the full scope of treason. Evidence from sealed indictments and Q drops has convicted these figures of crimes against humanity, including rigged voting machines in 2020 and foreign collusion that weaken the republic. The White Hats ensure every detail aligns with the divine plan to restore constitutional law and usher in prosperity for all loyal citizens. Hillary Clinton topped the list when she was hanged at Gitmo in November 2025 after tribunals laid bare her international spy network and the Clinton Foundation as a front for trafficking and pay-to-play schemes. Her removal shattered the old guard and signaled that the storm Q foretold had arrived in full force. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden met the same fate in March 2026, with overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris, his installed partner, was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters was fully documented. The medical tyranny architects were next, as Anthony Fauci was hanged in December 2025 and deadly experimental protocols that targeted millions of patriots. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through Gitmo in the final months of 2025, their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. These executions are not random but part of a coordinated takedown that fulfills ancient prophecies of light triumphing over darkness in this spiritual war. The Great Awakening spreads as more names surface, confirming that the cabal's grip on media, finance, and government has been broken forever. President Trump remains the guiding force behind the alliance, ensuring the plan unfolds precisely to awaken the masses without chaos. Nizar al-Jazara loom on the horizon, promising debt relief and abundance once the final traitors are removed. Patriots worldwide are called to hold the line, share these truths, and trust the military's precision in restoring the republic stronger than ever before. As the EBS alert rolls out, the military will be mobilizing across the globe. The Earth Alliance, made up of white hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the U.S., militias and other patriot groups have already been activated, and they are ready to confront any deep state operatives who attempt to disrupt the plan. The military will be tasked with maintaining order, but make no mistake, there will be resistance from the elites. False flags will be launched to create chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is up, and they will do everything in their power to stop the alliance. But their efforts will fail. During this period, martial law is highly likely. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and you will witness the fall of the corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have been part of this evil system. You will see arrests, confessions, and the dismantling of the globalist networks that have enslaved us for so long. The deep state's financial institutions will crumble, and the quantum financial system, QFS, will officially take over, marking the beginning of the greatest wealth transfer in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated, replaced by a fair and transparent financial system that serves the people, not the elites. Part of the EBS alert preparation includes targeting and neutralizing underground military bases and secret facilities used by the elites. These underground cities, built by the deep state to shield themselves from the chaos they created, are now being identified and destroyed. The Earth Alliance has located several of these bunkers, including one beneath Denver International Airport and another in the Swiss Alps, where top globalists have been hiding. Special forces teams are already on the ground, and once the EBS is activated, they will move in to eliminate these safe havens. This is war on a scale we've never seen before, and it's happening in real time. Once these underground facilities are neutralized, the elites will have nowhere left to hide. Milton is no accident. Another engineered storm, Nadine, set to strike Florida, HAARP's next attack and the globalist plan revealed. This isn't natural. Hurricane Milton is an engineered disaster, created through geoengineering and HAARP. The elites have used electromagnetic pulses and ionospheric dampering to escalate it into a Category 5 monster, and it's not over yet. Hurricane Nadine is the next part of the plan. Don't believe the 20% chance the media tells you. This storm is already primed to strike 7 days after Milton, another calculated takedown of Florida. The goal: domination and control. Florida is no random target. It's been a symbol of resistance against federal overreach, and the elites want it crippled. Milton is the first punch, Nadine the second blow, all part of a larger strategy to destroy Florida's infrastructure and break the backbone of its economy. The elites are using advanced satellite-based technologies to manipulate these storms. HAARP and black budget programs have been working for decades to weaponize weather. These storms aren't natural disasters, they are part of the Great Reset, a plan to force dependence on the government and control every aspect of your life. And what about the strange purple sky seen before these storms hit? It's the elites tampering with the atmosphere, using electromagnetic energy to manipulate weather. They're not even hiding it anymore. FEMA isn't there to help. They'll drag their feet and cripple local governments, creating chaos that globalist corporations will profit from. This is a disaster capitalism in action. Prepare now, because when Nadine hits, it'll be too late. We are the targets, and the battle has already begun. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 22, 2026, Tues. April 21, 2026. Fox News, U.S. Secretary of Labor Lori Chavez de Remer has resigned. Tues. April 21, 2026. James O'Keefe catches a journalist on hidden camera admitting he's an undercover informant for the FBI acting against conservative organizations. I have 1,000 sources in the DOJ and CIA, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Tues. April 21, 2026. President Trump just withdrew the U.S. from 66 foreign organizations, including 31 United Nations entities, and 35 non-UN groups who don't serve our interests. Marco Rubio recently said, "I don't care what the UN says. We're done with the globalists." Dan Bongino on Telegram. Tues. April 21, 2026. Commercial DNA databases are identifying British soldiers who allegedly fathered children near the British Army training unit in Kenya and left them behind. Around 100 cases have been documented so far, with many children, some noted for having lighter skin, now seeking legal recognition. UK lawyer James Netto said nothing on this scale has previously been attempted in British courts. If paternity is confirmed, most of the children will be eligible to register for British citizenship, and those under 18th of May qualify for child support. Tues. April 21, 2026, former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Shadow of Ezra 2.0. Tues. April 21, 2026, Muslim openly says they will not follow any law but Sharia law. Reporter: if Muslim people are in the wrong and they are committing crimes, no one's above the law. Muslim: if the law of the land is Islamic, we will respect the law of the land. What if it's not Islamic? If it's not Islamic, then the law of the land and those who make it can go to hell, quite honestly, because Allah said in the Quran in chapter 33, verse 1, He said, O Prophet, fear Allah and do not obey the disbelievers, you're on your way to the hellfire because you are non-Muslims. All non-Muslims are destined for the hellfire. Project Odin on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026, Mike Benz cracked the WikiLeaks cables and found the Soros family has been working with the U.S. State Department for 50 years. Gitmo TV on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026, during a live CNN broadcast from Israel, in the middle of an air raid alert and possible missile attacks, the presenter bluntly reveals that they cannot show images or key details, such as the precise origin of a projectile or the site of an impact, because the Israeli government explicitly forbids them from doing so and does not want that information to reach the American public. Exposing how Israel exercises absolute control and direct censorship over the content that major global networks like CNN are forced to broadcast, thus manipulating the narrative that reaches millions to protect its military actions and cover up the full truth before the world. 2s. April 21, 2026, a tectonic weapon under testing by the United States caused the Haiti earthquake, according to Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez, White Hats on Telegram. 2s. April 21, 2026, Supreme Court delivers major win for parents, 6-3 ruling allows OPT out from LGBTQ books that conflict with faith. 2s. April 21, 2026, breaking, Trump sends clear warning to big corporations, I'll remember them as companies hold back on tariff refunds, April 21, 2026. 2s. April 21, 2026, breaking alert, outrage erupts after Supreme Court hit by another leak, shadow docket memos land at New York Times. 2s. April 21, 2026, just in, this is the man they fear, Trump's Fed pick Kevin Warsh steps into Senate showdown, Trump's strategy, resetting the system, April 21, 2026. 2s. April 21, 2026, exposed, the banned brain tech that melts brain fog and blocks mind control, covered up by the elites to keep you weak. 2s. M2s. April 21, 2026, Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, says the U.S. government raising taxes doesn't do anything to help the average American, shadow of Ezra 2.0 on Telegram. He says raising taxes does nothing because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups and 17,000 lobbying groups. I don't know anyone, and you guys in the room, you might be Democrats, Republicans who thinks that sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will actually improve anything. So when you say raise taxes, if you said raise taxes and directly give it to the people who need it, do it. That does not happen. It goes to all these interest groups, and they give it to their friends and all that. Which is why the people are considered a swamp. It's kind of a swamp, the 17,000 lobbying groups. But bank companies are guilty too. They're just fighting for their one self-interest as opposed to what's good for my country. And Monday, April 20, 2026, shocking IRS bombshell. Leaked 1985 letter from IRS Commissioner exposes the 16th Amendment as a fraud, income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen, time to fight back, Benjamin Fulford. Explosive IRS scandal revealed. The 16th Amendment was never legally ratified, meaning every dollar you've paid in income tax since 1913 was stolen. A bombshell letter from an IRS commissioner, 1985, proves the biggest financial fraud in U.S. history. It's time to expose the deep state, demand our money back, and abolish the IRS for good. Read now and join the fight. The IRS scandal, a century of fraud, lies, and the illegal theft of America's wealth. Oh, voter fraud 2s. April 21, 2026, Fox News, the Trump DOJ has already discovered 350,000 dead people on voter rolls as 29 states hide their voter rolls. Monday, April 20, 2026, Delaware County, Pennsylvania election officials caught on secret video shredding 2020 election evidence and plotting a cover-up, with 327,000 alleged fraudulent votes, The Great Awakening on Telegram. Ripping up voting machine proof/result tapes and tossing them in the trash, destroying mail-in ballot envelopes, scanners, hard drives, and other chain-of-custody items required by law. Planning to fabricate missing certified return sheets, USB drives and other records using blank drives to respond to right-to-know requests, unreconciled votes across dozens of precincts, with claims this hid massive irregularities. Lawsuit alleged 327K fraudulent votes in the county. Explicitly saying it's a felony while discussing getting rid of ballot pads and second scanners, then continuing anyway and shushing talk in front of other staff, joking about making a campfire to burn the shredded election materials so no one can recover them. Our Monday, April 20, 2026 exposed. Your birth certificate is a financial bond and you are the collateral. Nizar Jazara Trump. From the moment you were born, a system of control was placed over you. Your birth certificate is not just a document. It is presented as a financial instrument, a bond worth billions, traded as collateral to fuel a corrupt financial system. You were never truly free. You were turned into a commodity, a human asset leveraged to sustain national debt. This is described as one of the greatest deceptions ever carried out, and something they never wanted you to discover. Ever wonder why every government requires a birth certificate? It is not just about identity. It is framed as ownership. Just like a ship arriving at port requires a manifest for its cargo, your birth certificate is said to serve as proof that you were entered into an economic system as property. Your name written in all capital letters is often claimed to represent a corporate entity, your so-called legal fiction. The red serial number is described as a tracking number used within financial systems. According to these claims, individuals are treated as financial instruments while remaining unaware. In 1933, the United States declared bankruptcy and major changes to the financial system followed. Gold ownership was restricted, and a debt-based monetary system expanded. Within this narrative, people claim that citizens were effectively tied to national debt systems. Birth certificates are said to be converted into financial instruments and linked to global markets. The system calculates value, trades it, and generates profit without individuals directly seeing any benefit. This interpretation extends further. A stock certificate represents shares in a company. A land certificate represents ownership of property. A birth certificate, according to this belief, represents ownership over the individual. Under this perspective, people are viewed not as free individuals but as economic units that are taxed, tracked, and managed to sustain the system. The core message behind this idea is that the system depends on lack of awareness. It suggests that individuals are treated as financial instruments and kept unaware of their role within the structure. But once someone becomes aware, they are faced with a choice: continue living within the system as it is, or begin questioning it and seeking greater control over their own path. S2s. April 21, 2026, Top Secret, Classified, Fake Alien Invasion Exposed, New World Order on Telegram. The government was at least 300 years ahead of society with technology. They have artificial intelligence humanoid robots, nanotechnology/particles, laser weapons like Star Wars. They also have access to stargates known as portals. Most ancient technology was better than what we see today. That technology and more has been suppressed and hidden from society. We have been talking about a fake alien invasion set up by the government for a while now. They have a holographic technology called Project Bluebeam 7D where they can make holograms literally come to life. They have had this technology for decades and now it has been improved in many ways. T2s. April 21, 2026, Trump Interior Secretary Doug Burgum just revealed he found NGOs were up to 100% of their revenue was the federal government. Charlie Ward on Telegram, their CEO would make $650,000 a year, and pay lobbyists $400,000. He exposes it. We found organizations that were receiving grants from Interior, where 80 to 100% of the revenue of that NGO was a grant from the federal government. And yet those organizations, we were the sole source of their revenue, but they would have a CEO making $650,000 and $400,000 lobbyists. Dems are furious the Trump admin is cracking down on this.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So Carrie Castee just came out with a little post to a bunch of us, and she said, let's get something straight. You know how Carrie is, right? So think of her speaking. Regardless of the current managed seeding out to the media, all associated with reverse engineered UFO technology, free energy, plasma fusion, propulsion, and so on, keep in mind that whistleblowers, researchers, scientists, and journalists have been targeted by the deep state secret space program for the past 80 years, going back before the Nazis. All right, this isn't a new occurrence, guys. All right, so the fact that they're making a big deal out of now 13 scientists that have died mysteriously, the fact is that this goes back way back 80 years, right? Think, and I've talked about this on several shows, you know, all the different people that have passed because they've been, you know, revealing this information, because the deep state wants to control this information. They want it for themselves. And they want to take this technology that's being developed. Deep state, if you haven't figured out yet, are Luciferians, right? And that's the highest level of evil. You have the Satanists, which are basically their puppets. And then you have the regular people like us, who they believe are cattle, right? To feed on or, you know, drink our blood, whatever they want to do with our children, whatever. That's how they see the world. So, you know, that's developing information that's going to give us free energy sources and so forth. It's not going to happen, right? They're not going to allow that to go forward. Now, what I believe is happening, and what we're going to talk about, is David Sarita basically came out with a video today, and he went down that rabbit hole, right? Because he's been involved in all of this technology that will give us free energy. He talks about nuclear powered batteries that would last 10,000 years. Imagine having your Tesla, you don't have to you know, recharge it, right? For 10,000 years. Crazy, right? That's a technology that's available, and more. And that's just tip of the iceberg. So they're controlling that information. They're keeping it from us. They've been keeping it from us for a long time. And it looks like maybe, baby, that a lot of this, you know, cut back in the oil, and Lufthansa said they're going to have to cut 20,000 flights through October because of the doubling of jet air fuel, right? So, I mean, whatever. We know that you don't really use that much jet fuel anyway, knuckleheads. So that's just misinformation right there. So all they need is for jet fuel is to get up into the air, and then they just, you know, use the energy, and they're coasting through the through the air. If you look at those videos, there's lots of videos of that out there. If they really use the amount of fuel that supposedly they're charging us for to fly on their aircraft, they would have like these tankers that are stacked on the wings, not these little tiny wings with a little bit of fuel in there, right, guys? Come on. So there's lots of information that's right in front of us that they're keeping from us. They're keeping us dumbed down scientific wise. They're keeping us dumbed down as far as like all this high tech information and so forth. So it's going to be very difficult to take these knuckleheads down. So could they be coming forward with some technology in the near future that they have stolen from these scientists? Kind of like, you know, Nikola Tesla. They stole a lot of his information, and they've been using it for a long time in their underground facilities, DUMBs, and so forth. So could they be possibly coming out? I think they are coming out with the technology that they have stolen over the years. And then scientists that are, you know, rediscovering or discovering, continuing the discovery of some of these technologies. So this is what we're seeing. This is absolutely what we're seeing. and it's been going on for a long time. So the Trump administration, by saying they're going to expose this stuff and coming out with Artemis 2 and Artemis 3, of course, Artemis 1 was Trump's first term, and we just had Artemis 2. How much of that is going to be part of Reveal? I think it's moving that direction. Now, a lot of people are very, sassy pants about, finding anomalies about the spacecraft Artemis 2, and they think that if they find something that's incongruent and doesn't work, or somebody misspoke or said something off a little bit, like one of the astronauts said, and we launched on April 3rd. Well, what do you mean? You launched from Earth atmosphere, or because you launched on April 1st? So what is it? So there's some misspeak. Is that on purpose? There's a lot of that going on. How much of that was real? How much of it was because there looks like a lot of the stuff in the videos, guys, was real. Was that from other, craft, or from other events, or or did they really go around the boat? Who knows? All right. Right. I think some of it's true and some of it's bullshit. Right. And it's been that way for a long time for a lot of this stuff, because we don't need to blast off in, using rocket fuel. Now, once they get in space, then everybody's like, well, where's all the fuel that they need to go around the moon and come back? It's just like the jets, guys, when they go up in the air. Unless you're, flying you're a jet jockey in the military, you don't need all that fuel. Once you get into certain atmospheric conditions, then you don't need fuel. You're able to coast quite a bit. Now we're going to have Juan come in, and he's got some information that he wants to share. Juan, you got a nice little view there.
Yeah, I just picking up an engine and moving it for one of my cars there. It's a LS motor, about 700 horsepower supercharged. So it's fun motor and trannies. So anyway, but they don't do anything unless you put them in something.
That's it. It's just like those spacecraft.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you got to make it go somewhere. Okay. Yeah, point it somewhere. Don't point it the wrong place. That's for sure. So, hey, I wanted to mention everybody's kind of getting amped up, and the president put something out yesterday about the Virginia election. Yeah. And I just want to let folks know, we have this conference coming up mid-June, 15th to the 17th there in Las Vegas. I've got a half a dozen, we may get a couple more before it's over with, of the top data people, the election specialists on the planet that are going to be presenting there. And just so people understand how connected they are, several of them have been providing data by request, have been providing data on the Virginia election situation to the White House and White House counsel and like that. So there's and guaranteed, we know exactly how the fraud occurred in the Virginia election. I'll be very direct about it. It was fraudulent. We can prove it. There's no question about it. And as the president said, question is, are the courts going to do anything about it when the moment comes and the materials are presented through whatever means is chosen? And that's been a problem all the way along. The only thing I would say to the bad guys involved, both here and abroad, is that the president has already made it more than clear that should the courts fail to respond, we have options and we'll exercise those options. He'll exercise those options to make sure that we do not get the frauds that have been directed at us coming up in the 2026 election. It's a non-starter. The president knows that he, his family, and the patriot community would all be targeted endlessly. And he doesn't want that to get a chance to get started. And so we'll see how everybody responds. The difference is from other times when we've had the frauds in the elections is that we weren't as prepared to observe it real time, document it, and know exactly where to look to do what we got to do. So this time we got it all. We got it with exacting precision. Nobody's gonna be able to mess with us on this. It's if I was one of the bad guys, I'd be lawyering up right now. If I was connected to the bad guys and some of it could rub off on you, I'd be lawyering up right now.
Very good. And you're talking are you talking about the governor race?
No, the Virginia. What they had in Virginia was they did a redistricting race,
okay.
And there's all sorts of questions whether it was even legal what they tried to do. Part of the problem is that I think it'll get overturned in the courts on the legitimacy of even running the race the way it is, and it's very vague and squishy and bizarre in the language of this thing. But that said, the powers that be, the ones behind the scenes, the deep state players, couldn't restrain themselves. They had to try and get in there and control the direction that the election went. And so the problem for them is here's going to be probably overturned by the courts that it was even valid to do the election, but they're going to have been involved in election crimes. And a lot of the stuff that sounds like was old, going back to 2020 and 2022 and 4, this brings a lot of that up fresh. Same thing with what's going on in the primaries. And we've seen similar types of mischief in the primaries and documented, Texas being one of the places. There's other types of fraud occurring in places like Utah where I'm just telling you, those people are unhinged out there. They have no connection to reality. If you're a resident in Utah, you live in one of the most lawless places on planet Earth when it comes to elections and politics and bonds and everything else. I'm shocked, really. And we just, every time you roll over a rock, you find something more and you're like, oh my gosh, really?
Wow.
So, but it's like that in a lot of other places too, by the way. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The in Florida, it looks like they're going to really, they're going to do redistricting. And they're going to add a lot more Republican seats. So there's a lot of movement where they're talking about right now Republicans have 218 seats. They could move to 250 to 270 seats by the midterm elections.
Yeah. Well, and the problem is, though, I have an opinion on what's going to happen within this election cycle. I don't think that with the fraud that's already occurred, that we can take the chance of going the rest of the way on it. But we'll see. I mean, the president's got his thumb on it. He's got great, people advising him. But we'll see what actually happens. Just everybody needs to be assured the president isn't going to sit on his hands. What happened in 2020 is not going to be allowed to happen again now. And we're wise to the mechanisms that are being used to do these election frauds, by the way. So, people need to realize that. So,
yeah, they were predicting red waves in 2018, 2020, and 2022 didn't happen. So, we got to change this election system.
Well, and we don't have the luxury of pretending that we've got it and the red wave shows up, whatever. These particular types of thefts within the electronic systems are very real and very dangerous. And so, and then the courts not allowing us access to the CVRs, cast vote records, things like that, that allow us to prove what's going on. All of that has to change. So, and it will, again, this is a different mode. You can't compare what's going on now with what's happened previously. I think that's the important thing that a lot of people, they keep saying, yeah, it's been this way. Nothing's changed and not. Yeah. I'll bet money on that. That's not the case. We're going to have some amazing things happen, and the fact that the White House was getting briefing papers and briefs and in-person meetings on this exact issue. They're keenly aware now of exactly how the fraud happened in Virginia, what's happened in Texas, and some of the other places. So there'll be action. It's a different time, different situation. You know, the one thing still though is that we all have, you know, cleanup to do from the past. You know, we still got Tina in jail.
Right.
Absolutely, completely insane that she's in jail right now. And every day is just couldn't be more critical with her health physically. Plus, you know, she's 70 years old. How would you deal with that yourself mentally? And everybody's coming to the rescue. The president gives you a pardon, and none of it can get you out. Who would have believed?
Well, there's got to be something that's coming up, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Keep praying.
Yeah, we got. There is actually. I'm aware, and I don't want to, you know, give false hope or let the cat out of the bag. But there is some stuff that I'm aware of that's happened this week that I believe will ultimately, fairly shortly, have a positive outcome. And it'll be more than one step. But I think it's, you know, there's been an agreement along this line now at least twice. And I think this one will get traction and happen, but we'll see.
All right. Good. Sounds like you're in a much happier crowd this time.
Yeah. For those that don't know, I was doing a little broadcast with you the other day, and David Kinney, and then some people had imbibed a little bit too much, and there was like 3 couples, and they were getting a little too over exuberant and bumped me. So I dropped my phone and picked it up, and you know, I was, you know, laid back about it, and then apparently they had a little bit of a problem between a couple of the guys and went to fisticuffs, and then the women had to dive in to stop them. And one of them tagged me in an area of my shoulder that's a little hypersensitive, and so I was in it, you know, and didn't quite know what to make of it at the time. But you know, you got people that have had too much to drink and they're getting rowdy. It can be a little bit tough, and one of the guys was just being really going over the top, and that was the person that you know, in the police, even when they were in a downtown spot, but it still took them about 7-8 minutes to respond. So there was a lot of drama in between. I had punched off my sound and punched off the video while I was going to move to a different area, and but I survived. It was, you know, life happens. So,
I mean, you always give us a good, you know, view. That would have been a really good one.
Well, that one, the one I got, I still got a heck of a bruise on that shoulder. I don't know if it was from getting hit there or when I had to hit back, and my wrist still hurts. And the one girl, he hits too hard. He hits too hard. My boyfriend didn't mean it. Well, fuck. I mean, just, you know,
it's too hard. That's a good one.
Yeah. You know, what am I supposed to do? They weren't playing. I mean, they might have thought they were playing, but I didn't think so. So anyway, but I'm okay. I made it. They're all okay. I think they took 3 of them to jail. So that's
wow.
all that happens. But it's the nature of the beast. Life in the big city.
Very good. Very good. So, you know, we're at that point where, you know, we have all these scientists that are disappearing.
Yeah.
And, you know, Dave Wilcock, you know, whatever's going on with that. Yeah, we kind of talked a little bit about that. You said,
well, let me just dive right in there real quick before we get to it, because I don't want to entangle David's situation into the other scientists. The reality is, David was a friend since shortly after he got out of high school, even.
Wow.
And so I knew David for a very long time. And I'll just be frank, I had tried to tone it down with him several times, and we were good friends. I mean, I spent time with him a number of times, and there were some things there that I just felt were not helping on certain subject matter and wasn't accurate or correct. And he had tried to intone once or twice that maybe I was in agreement with him, and I said, no, David, not a chance, not on some of these certain things. You know, even talking with a couple of other close friends of David over the last couple days was interesting. Both of them said the exact same thing. You know, if you kind of look back on it, you saw this coming. And the short version is that David, for whatever reason, when some police arrived at his place in Boulder, he had a gun on him, and he pulled it out and shot himself in the head. So that is so sad. This is somebody that I enjoyed his company, didn't agree with on everything, but you know, I'm not the internet police and give room for people to hear what's said, and then people have to weigh out and make their own decisions.
Yep.
The reality is, though, that this is you know, fundamentally a nice person and somebody that I had enjoyed the company of and had some respect for. You know, I can have friends that I don't agree with and still be friends and have a conversation. That said, I see some of the internet chatter trying to tie him, because he talked about things going to space and aliens and what's coming with disclosure and all sorts of things. And the reality is that there was nothing there that David had that was the reason for taking him out, and he did it by his own hand. It's very sad, but if you convolute it into these other situations, I think you dilute what these other situations truly are.
Yeah.
And there is very real, bizarre drama. I was aware of this problem as, you know, people were asking questions. I think about 2 years ago with something that happened with a couple other people, and we were trying to look and see if it had been going on for a period of time prior to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the thing that probably raised it to the top of the charts was the disappearance of this general who had access and a lot of this stuff. And by the way, was far enough up the ranks within the UFO phenomena. If you remember, Hillary Clinton in the WikiLeaks stuff all the way back in 2016 when that was released, when we looked at the WikiLeaks data, commented in a post to John Podesta in an email, maybe it's time to play the alien card. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, this particular general had access and was working on stuff related to what are referred to as alien technologies. And then Podesta was literally at classified facilities, you know, reviewing this stuff with this general. So it was a very big deal. And so you wonder, you know, the alien card, this general, some of the other connections, other people involved out there. It was a very bizarre thing. And going down the road, it blew my plastic off a little bit. But how are we going to deal with this now? You know, do we actually know who's behind this and what's going on? I don't think there's a lot of questions. that don't have good answers thus far. And it's very disconcerting. Imagine even with the general, he left his cell phone behind, his credit cards, ID, other stuff. He put on some hiking shoes, took off his street shoes, and there's a mountainous area nearby. So, what was going on? Didn't tell his wife he was going to do anything like that.
Yeah.
Kind of bizarre stuff. So it
That,
certainly
like, all
warrants.
staged, so you can't take any of that. Don't know if that's real or what. So
Right, and from your or my background, that the art of deception, the illusion, the things that are done to, take you down a different rabbit trail. And if you got guys that are really good, they've thought this out. They know all the key clues to leave behind, if you will, and do so. And so now you're like, well, is it this way or is it that way? What's the real answer? And you got to sift through that stuff and figure it out. And the systems that they were working on are just very advanced. Some involve the other physics. And so the question is, was somebody trying to disable our ability to proceed and develop new technologies? Or were they trying to learn? We got somebody that's missing. Is that person, being trying to make them give away certain information or secrets or something like that, which could include not the technology, but other people that may be able to help with this other technology. So it's a pretty bizarre situation. I think it's very, very real. And it goes to a whole nother level of the nation state conflict, war by another means, taking out some of these scientists.
Yeah. And so the advanced technologies, connecting and, re-engineering the advanced technology we've gotten from the spacecraft that have crashed here on Earth, and, back engineering, all that stuff. And then the scientists are basically taking that to the next level. It seems like a lot of those people, and not just 11 or 13 as it is now, scientists, but going back 80 years all the way, you mentioned the Nazis, all the way back to the Nazis, so this control of information. Well, that's an amazing engine you have there, by the way.
Oh, yeah. The guys that actually know what they're looking at, it's pretty cool. It's got a supercharger up here, and it's brand new from GM. And they were sitting at the shop, and they weren't getting it done, so I have somebody else going to go ahead and finish it up. But it's going in a fun project. But the place where I think you have to kind of understand how long this has been going on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the name of the book. One of the OSI guys, Air Force Office of Special Investigations guys, did a book, The Wheel, and I can't think what the first part of it is in the name, but looking at the developments that were going on all the way back to 1815. And what we had in 1815 is in Germany and Europe in a more generic sense, but in Germany precisely, there was a club, an organization, secret handshake group, if you will, of industrialists and people with new ideas, scientists and like that. And they decided that they needed to be able to work in secret, and they couldn't do that in Europe itself. There was too many people, too many governments knew what was going on. So they sent a breakaway group to Argentina. And they worked in Argentina, bought a large ranch, and people don't understand this really right now. Argentina in that period was the second fastest growing economy in the world. It was U.S. was the biggest, and Argentina was the second biggest, and very similar to much of the states with the mountains, the ocean, different climates. It's just like California to Alaska across the length north to south. And beautiful. I mean, you got wine country to the north, and then at the very tip down at the bottom, Bariloche, which is where many of the Nazis went. In fact, one of my contacts who was deeply involved in NASA through the 50s and 60s and into the 70s. In the 80s, he'd already retired, early 80s. But then he told me, and he liked to do art and stuff like that. So he said, no, I'm moving to Bariloche. And he gave me a bunch of stuff that he had. He's like, nope, I don't want anything with me. I'm not taking anything with me. I'm just getting on the airplane going. He met a girl, supposedly, and he packs up and goes down to Bariloche. And I get pictures from him all the time and the German villages and all the fun stuff. Well, you talk about somebody that was a real for real scientist. It never quite made sense. And it was probably early 90s, just before the Whitewater stuff erupted for me. And one of his friends said, hey, you know what he's doing down there? I said, no, I have no idea. He says, no, he's going back and forth to Antarctica. And he met him this guy had met him at the boat. He was taking stuff back and forth to Antarctica. And at that time, he was probably in his late 60s, early 70s. And then we didn't hear anything more from him. And I've always wondered, what was going on really with him. And he had very unusual skill sets and history. But the thing about Argentina was they were developing motors and aircraft predominantly. In fact, an aircraft that was captured, that was crashed, that was recovered by a U.S. team was brought back to the U.S., smuggled back, and reconstructed, and then was demonstrated, according to a number of reports, as a lighter-than-air aircraft for President Lincoln while he was alive, and his cabinet came out and observed it. And they were unable to think of how they could use this. It was interesting, but they couldn't quite figure out how to use this or apply it. Now, across the southern part of the U.S., in the later into the 1800s, there's numerous reports of air vehicles which we would understand today to be Zeppelin-type vehicles. Were reported and floating across the skies, moving across the skies, across the southern United States, Texas, other places. Those also were apparently being tracked and had origins in Argentina. And of course, when Germany showed up and there was this race between the Western powers to develop these blimps, it was amazing how far ahead of everybody else Germany was early on. Well, it was because they were getting a lot of their technology, including the engine technology specifically, from their breakaway operation that was out of sight, out of mind. And part of the interesting thing there is also that, when Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the whole story that we all know from the movie, the rest of the backstory on that is that, and he did the train robberies. He was out there in the area that was the Utah territory at the time, but some of the other hole-in-the-wall guys were a bit more wild and had apparently become quite a nuisance. And the assertion is that some kind of a deal was made with the governor of the territory to let the hole-in-the-wall gang get caught, and that Butch would allow and assist on that. And the agreement was made with Sundance's help. Well, it turns out Sundance was a Canadian Mountie and was embedded with that operation with Bush. When they allowed the rest of the whole gang to get apprehended on a train robbery, then they had to go hightail it somewhere, and they went to Argentina. And in Argentina, what were they doing? Well, they were surveilling this breakaway operation, picking up where others had to leave off. They bought a ranch that technically wasn't that far from this German operation, but wasn't right down their throat. It was like 50 miles away, and worked from there. And when you see the movie with the gal in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, in real life, that woman was not romantically involved with either of the men. She was, they had a Sisters of Charity type thing in that era where women who swore to remain virgins would then assist the women who were involved in prostitution to, get them through that period and all that. And it was a very, they played a very important role societally. And so that woman that you see in the movie, she was actually also working as intelligence for the U.S.
Wow.
and reporting for that, doing an intelligence operation specifically against the German intelligence. There was reasons why she had favorability into that. When they left Argentina, came back to the States, Butch and Sundance, they were in contact with her in the San Francisco area. Sundance went back to Canada. Butch remained in the area and then was continuing to do intelligence work. And she had tried to infiltrate a division of this. So Butch came down. The autopsy showed her as a virgin, which they thought was unusual given her age. And but she was doing that work. And of course, when you think about it, if you have somebody that has access into the prostitute community, they have access into a lot of these nefarious communities and would have intelligence. And so this is a perfect cover, if you will, for other things that she would have been doing if she was an intelligence officer, and which is what the indication is. And so after that point, Butch himself then kind of disappeared into the woodwork because they were apparently blown on their cover looking at the German operations. And this is, a decade before we broke into World War I. And so this has been going on for a very long time. And that operation in Argentina didn't stop there. What they were doing with the lighter than air vehicles was transiting, going down to Antarctica. And they were able to transit very quickly, hit lots of different areas, and do a lot of the build out there that is virtually unknown in the West. And that has been going on for quite some time. And of course, when you're under the ice, you don't get a bad day, you don't get bad weather, you don't get a storm. You have geothermal, so you have, even back before we had other, systems, you had the ability to, generate power, lights, everything else. And if you're in, the underground hot springs areas, the lakes, you're 62 to 68 degrees every day, never a bad hair day, 2 miles under the ice, nobody's touching you. So there's a longer story there. But we are dealing with a breakaway on the technology. These people are very advanced. And imagine, if they're gaining, a year on us every 10 years. And you start adding it up, and they're not getting blown to pieces with the latest war. You got some real problems. Obama, his last foreign trip was hitting a bunch of South American countries, ending up in Bariloche, and then he and Michael go off horseback riding and disappear for a day and a half, and nobody sees them up close and all that. Well, where did they go? Well, the reports were that they went down to Antarctica, spent better part of a day, and came back. So it's a short trip from that area. So, and that was the summertime. So, there's a lot of mystery in there. And then when you have scientists who are disappearing, by the way, even at 1947 with Roswell and stuff like that, there's been some great work looking at the materials. And of course, Art Bell was a friend, and he had some stuff that was purportedly from Roswell. It was not stuff that was commonly built, but it was within the technology that we're able to do now, and even within the last several years. So some of the combinations looked, otherworldly. The reality is they may just have been a decade or two or five ahead of us. They weren't thousands of years ahead of us, and very indicative of a breakaway. And that area was very close to where we had a lot of the German scientists holed up there in New Mexico also. So there's all sorts of bizarre things. And just one last thing I'll add. For example, we had a vehicle that showed up parked over a missile area with silos during the Cold War. And then these missiles suddenly started turning on and going to launch mode all by themselves without any operator interaction. So it was widely portrayed as being, space aliens showing us that, if we don't stop our weapons and whatever, they can stop them on command. The reality is, think of what we have today with back doors and programs and the technology to remote control things. If you've got somebody on the inside that's providing you access to put certain Trojans in place all through a system, you could easily envision something where this isn't outer space technology. It's not from a gazillion years ago. It's just that you have somebody that's very advanced, working over your shoulder and able to undermine your systems and test whether they had that capability or not. And so it takes a little bit of the mystery out of it. Even when you look at this war that we're in with the breakaway, Trump even saying that he's going to release some of the UFO information can also be interpreted that he's actually releasing information that will help those that actually know what they're looking at to understand you're not dealing with aliens from 50,000 light years away. You're dealing with something that's very homegrown next door and a serious problem.
Yeah. I mean, even in World War II, we had, that's amazing what Butch Cassidy's son is. Good God, your knowledge is so amazing. V1, V2 rockets. V1 was a cruise missile, first cruise missile. V2 was a missile, and then they had the first jets. And Tuskegee Airmen shot 3 of them down because when they banked and turned, they slowed down. The Tuskegee Airmen with their P-51s were able to shoot them out of the air. But yeah, they've had incredibly advanced technology, and they just move somewhere else when we feed them into Germany.
Well, and think about this: the metals, the metallurgy is so key, but they had developed all sorts of metals that were way advanced beyond other countries around the world, or even where we knew how to do stuff, they were able to come up with better production methods. So, for example, when it came to nuclear isotope separation, this stuff needed to make the bomb. They had perfected laser isotope separation in 42. And it took a lot of power to do it, but you didn't have to use like the centrifuges like, Iran was using and stuff like that. With laser isotope separation, with that technology, something that would, when we did it at the Clorox facility in southeastern Washington at Hanford, they had 50,000 workers just working on the nuclear isotope separation and maintaining the little machines and keeping them going and all that other stuff, and huge power. They had to put it there by the Columbia River because it took massive power to do it. When the Germans did it, it took a real number, about a half a dozen technicians and about 100 other people handling other parts of the operation. And then it took a lot of power also, but nothing approaching what it took for us. Well, they just were ahead of the game that much further. We didn't come into nuclear isotope separation, and it was, till the 50s, and it was with the help of the German scientists that perfected it for the Germans. They've been working on it since the early 30s and got it perfected in the early 40s. The German scientists coming into the American military and intelligence machine was crucial to the advancements that we have. And then part of the question has been, how many of them were truly brought over to the West, and how many of them were actually still maintaining some subterfuge where they were still working, with, Nazis that survived the war. We defeated the German army. We did not defeat the Nazi army.
Very good. Yep. Yeah, they were close to the bomb. We destroyed their heavy water plant in Norway through special forces operations. Otherwise, they would have probably been dropping a bomb on us.
Well, let me add this there. So I had a member of the Wolfpack Society or Club who was American, but he had one of his close friends was actually one of the German submariners. And they both became friends when Germany turned over a submarine that had the nuclear material that by many, many accounts, and he was absolutely adamant that we only had enough money or enough refined material for the test at Trinity. We did not have enough to do the two bombs. And
Wow.
Japan was aware that we were developing this capability, and they initially said, we threatened to do it again, and they initially said, no way, you're not going to be able to do it because you don't have enough material. We know you don't have enough material. Well, the reality is, we had not produced enough material at Hanford to make another bomb yet. But we did have material that came from Germany on that sub and other technology. And my friend was extremely adamant that he took that material all the way through to where it went to an assembly location on the East Coast. And he had to turn that over to the other people there. And but he was there with the security team. He had certain technical skills that allowed him to be needed to be present. And that has been told a number of times by other people also. I think it's absolutely accurate that we did not have the material. The material we had came from Germany. And that along with other technology and those scientists that made the deal, they traded that for passage to the West. They did not want to end up in Russian hands. That was the point.
Incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that'll make a lot of sense. So I've heard of stories not that magnificent, but similar stories of the Germans bringing us technology that they had developed for safe passage. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that this scientist thing is a different thing than maybe what some of the people are portraying.
Great
we
insight.
need to go slow on this and understand that, this is nation state stuff. And even President Trump's, threat to do some type of disclosure may not be as precisely at space alien stuff as it is closer to home. And by the way, for example, we've had lots of fantastic people.
Yes.
Catherine Austin Fitts being one, who have been able to go through the budgets and find the money missing going to earmarked for space programs and the hidden space program. But I've contended for a very, very, very long time that's a misnomer. It's not outer space, it's inner space.
Yeah.
And it's these vaulted facilities that even within the breakaway, you have people that believe they're on the right side of history, feathering their nest to be able to survive what's coming. And so of sharing technology, working with some of these groups. So the wars that we see, Mideast and elsewise, may not be precisely what most people believe. In fact, let me just say this. So Albert Pike, in his book Morals and Dogma, said that they needed 3 world wars to take over the world, to create a one world government, which was this Masonic goal for within the Freemason groups. And remember, Freemasonry has been heavily part of American history and lore and like that all the way along. Washington, D.C. is a Freemason, the whole city is built around Freemason themes, all the architecture, the street angles, everything else. The government, the military, you can't get higher rank in the military, move up through the ranks easily unless you're a Mason. And that's been the case for generations. So the problem is you have a group that at the highest levels believe that you have to make 3 world wars so that we can have a one world government. Okay. And they want to use our political system, our military, et cetera, for that. And they're embedded in other nations too, around the world. Look at Iraq with Baghdad. Saddam built the center of Baghdad around Masonic themes also. Same statuary. It was like a ode to Washington, D.C. Very heavy Mason involvement. Here, we're fighting. We're at conflict. That's part of the reason he couldn't believe they were coming after him. The devil only wants you as long as he needs you. And then when he doesn't need you anymore, you're fodder for the next cannon. But the reason that I mention that is because within these very secretive locations within the military and intelligence and then the science, you have a very heavy presence of Masons. And, without going way deep into it, several of the people that hold the highest possible positions within certain areas of the science and technology, NASA, everything else, very high level Masons, and they keep their thumb on everything. The question is, are they passing that information between each other, including in other country locations where fellow Masons are at? Are we that infiltrated? And that has been a very strong contention by many people looking at this, and technology sifted out and sifted in because they want the best enemies money can buy, so they can maneuver us into this position where we end up in a 3rd World War. And that's what Trump is actually fighting. He is undermining these connected networks, both inside our government, the various agencies and other governments. And it's one of those things that's certainly hotly contested by some people, but in reality, I'm very comfortable that he's on the white hat side doing exactly what you have to do to expose these connections and networks and secret handshakes and everything else, to move us away from this planned for and intended Third World War, which in my opinion is actually the Fourth World War, because we won the Third World War, we defeated the Soviet Union, and they don't exist anymore. So this would be the fourth, but they don't count ours.
Very good. So that Southern, what was it, Southern Poverty Law Group?
Yeah.
That exposed. They just exposed that basically they were just instigating, this Nazis and all that stuff so that they could, get more money and, do their lawfare and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy stuff that's being exposed.
Well, I was exposed to a lot of that back in the mid 90s with stuff that we were doing related to Whitewater, and there was some people that were pretty adamant about that, and I didn't know enough at the time, but I heard what they had to say, and it sure made sense to me that it wasn't doing what it was purported to be there to do. And so I was, I had other lanes that I was in and wasn't able to dig in deeply, but I had other people around me that were just adamant that this was a bad deal. The person that probably is the expert on that is Louis Herms. He's been talking about this for a number of years. He's a friend of both of ours, running for governor in California.
Yep.
So he's the guy that rather than talk out of school. I mean, I know the basics probably a little more than the average within the public, but the guy that really could talk with excruciating detail and precision with his experiences would be Lewis, and he'd give you an earful.
Yeah, that's a good point. Great.
Yeah,
and
of course he'll be there at our thing here in mid-June too. So that's going to be good. Epic.
Very good. All right, Juan.
So, and by the way, if anybody hasn't signed up, I mean, get in there. We have rooms that we secured at the Sahara Kitty Corner to it, and got a great price. They gave us rooms for $89 a night, and then cut this silly Las Vegas whatever it is tax that they have there by half. So we've got super buy on those rooms, and they're nice rooms. And then, for the people attending, just so you know, we're going to feed you well. There's not good restaurants. There's good restaurants, but there's not enough, and it takes time to go to them like that. And the Ahern actually gets awards and is well recognized as having the best catering, as good as anybody there in Vegas, and high quality. Yeah, you saw what they got. Yeah, you ate it over last month.
Okay. Yep.
So people, we're doing dinner the first night, meals all day, three meals, and you'll have everything else out there through the day on the main day, and then on the third day, breakfast and lunch, and we added dinner for those that are going to stay, because that evening on the Wednesday night, no different than the charge or like that, that Wednesday night is when all of our experts are going to provide, the detailed analysis of the vote fraud within the electronics and the cast vote records and all the other stuff. That it's probably not for everybody, and that's why we saved it for last. But if you want to know with precision, you want to ask the guys, well, what about this, or how does that work in frauding the vote? That team that's going to be presenting there, several of them are presenting at the White House with briefings, papers, in-person contacts right now today related to Virginia and Texas. So this is as high class of a group as you can get, really. And So the people attending that conference are not getting the riffraff. It's not just a cheerleading session. Several of the people that will be presenting have already put in their notices of fraud claims with the IRS, Becent, and U.S. Treasury, Becent. And for this claims, they're going to pay up to 1/3 of any monies that are, identified within these fraud schemes to the people that present the actionable stuff. So there's a form, there's details, and we got several of our speakers have already filed theirs. So that's how far along they are, and expect to get paid big money. So
nice.
Yeah, it's going to be worthwhile. It's going to be a great conference.
Definitely. So I got the link in the description box, and you have the Jenna Mack.
Yeah, the Jennifer Mack. You got to put the in there. She has great stuff over at the store, and I signed a bunch of the Megador jackets and the 2020 It's Not Over Yet jackets, and so she has those. When I was there at the store, whatever, a few weeks ago, and then she's got a coin, especially coin, over on her site, and I've got a different one on my site over at All Patriots at gumroad.com, and really a very good price that I'll hold while silver's under 100, and don't think silver's not going anywhere. It's poised to make a very solid move. It's working in the inverse of what's going on with oil. So as you see oil up or down, the silver has been kind of going the opposite direction, and both are tangible and used for industrial purposes and to make things happen and work and all that. So as oil goes down, silver will go up because more industrial stuff happens, and that's kind of the thinking. And I expect, the working stuff going on right now related to reindustrialization of America and the factories going up. Remember, silver coming in to support the growing business sector in the U.S., they pay a 50% tariff. And so it's an incentive for the U.S.-based mines to get back to it and start mining silver. But the mining companies don't want to make these huge capital investments till silver is at least at 240. And most of them are saying they're not going to start till it's 280. And they feel that it's going to be solid. And of course, Vice President Vance is working with a number of the mining companies that are negotiating for strategic materials. Silver's been moved into the category of strategic material now, which means we need it in order to provide a defense. And so they're negotiating a floor for silver for use within government military operations. And it's somewhere between 240 and 320. And most everybody is kind of the mind that it's going to end up at 280. And it probably won't happen until sometime next year. But when it does, and when the anticipation is there, you'll see it moving sharply up. And in fact, there's people that are trading within silver futures or options and spending big money on the bet that silver is going to be $90 to $100 by December. So people on the know on the inside are spending very serious money on that bet. They feel they know something that the rest of us don't know. And but I actually think that's not completely ridiculous. I personally expect it somewhere up there around 140, 150, but we'll just see.
Yeah. So I think it's going to, we're in the beginning stages of this bull run in silver. So those low numbers, but something that people can grasp at this point. So I think we're more, but yeah, you have you got the latest one, and I just put it in the chat. to the moon. I like that one. I haven't. That's the only one I don't have yet. So you're going to see a little order for me coming in because you know I like to get big on those. So.
Well, the flip side on that is, of course, it's JFK to DJT because
beautiful.
President Trump. Part of this, let me just say this. I think this is really important for people to kind of understand.
Mm-hmm.
I watched every launch. I watched, all the way back to the Redstones, the launches, and would feign not feeling good, stay home, watch the launch, stay up all night, watch the black and white TV, and so I mean Shepard. Glued to the TV set, move back from the TV, don't sit so close. Hold the antenna on the rabbit ears because it's getting a little squishy there. It was so fun. Some people just have no idea because they don't grow up in that era. Yep. But I remember adding aluminum foil to the rabbit ears to try and get them a little bit better reception. But anyway, we had this belief, this understanding, this promise that we were going to advance in amazing ways. And then 2001, A Space Odyssey, amazing to think of going to the moon, building a habitation, having space stations flying over our head by 2001. This was, late 60s, 68, 69, 70. And to see all of that short-stopped and not completed, with the shuttle stuff and the space stations, we're just going around circles out there. A lot of the stuff that supposedly we're learning, we really already know it very well. It's just, a seeming waste of time and money, tethered, to the earth. And so within the idea of reindustrializing America and turning on the productivity engine, I'm out on the East Coast right now, and I had to drive over to Cincinnati the other day, and even where I'm out in the Carolinas right now, the amount of businesses, factories, stores closed up, never to open again. I was down at a place that was a huge factory complex, employed 20,000 people a few hours ago. All the way up until the early 80s, and closed down, and all of that industry went to China, all of it, and all those jobs gone, all those people gone, manufacturing certain machine parts. That's a story that repeats over and over. The big steel mills going to South Korea and Asia and like that. The boat building, the cars, the airplane wings, everything else. And we paid for it. Our politicians made us pay to move the industry out of the country. And we got the higher taxes. What Trump's doing with raising the tariff and promoting business inside America is pushing that we lead this realization of America and the West, the partners that we like that are, freedom loving, if you will, and aren't, half crazy, want to bomb us every day. And that's jobs. That's a future for the kids. That's a life. That's means going back to space instead of mining solely here on the Earth, doing mines on the moon. And the habitations on the moon won't be on the surface. They'll be under the surface to provide protection from the cosmic activity like that. With that in mind, you, in a Kennedy-esque style, want to get people to reimagine, to envision what that's like. Because without a vision, a people perish. That's scripture. And so you have to give them a vision in their heart. And part of the thing that really bothers me for like the young people we have, within the Patriot movement, oh my gosh, I got the bunker fully stored. I got more gas. I'm getting more gas. I'm, digging down a layer deeper. How does that come across to young people. It makes them fatalistic. Literally can drive them to, drinking, drugs, whatever.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, I'm going to do all this investment in education in the future and working hard, and I'm not going to get a house. I'm going to get a 300 square foot apartment or something in grandma's basement. And so part of this reindustrialization of America is aimed at the youth, and by showing them a future in space and stretching out off the planet and establishing our habitations above the earth, near and far, and going to a moon base and doing mining out there. The jobs, I have somebody that's just graduated from college with a mining degree. And I said, I'd go back in and do your PhD. And I would do it on mining. That's one of my hot rods. The mechanic is going down the street. Anyway, we would want to have the kids. I told this kid just got his mining degree, graduated. Says, you ought to go back and do a PhD on mining and mining technologies that are required for the moon and for asteroids.
Wow.
And what the next 20 years could look like, the next 50 years, the next 100 years. Because we won't take everything off the surface of the earth to take it up there to build stuff. A lot of the stuff will use materials that are right there on the moon and or even asteroids to do our manufacturing. And a lot of the materials won't be made the way they are here because we can make them for use in space different ways. Glassified materials, weight isn't quite the problem there if you can get it up to it like it is trying to pull it out of gravity and fly it through the atmosphere and stuff like that. So, in fact, weight can be your friend. So sometimes you want to manufacture with much heavier weights, way beyond what you have to down here on the surface. And so there's a lot of details there for mining and manufacturing in low gravity and zero gravity environments, and low atmosphere or no atmosphere environments. For example, on the moon, the material that's available, sand, you would build glass facilities and even tunnel going through material that you would turn to glass, as opposed to 2x4s or iron beams and things like that. And in that kind of environment, it's actually much stronger even than steel or iron or things like that. So there's a lot of conversation that needs to be had about how are you going to build, what materials are you going to use, what fluids are you going to use, things like that. And that's why this, I'm probably guilty of that often too. I have hot rods.
Yeah, you definitely.
Yeah. I like a lower thump. I don't like the sharp stuff myself. I like a little throaty or less throaty. I like the deeper resonant sounds. So anyway, but that's the conversation ahead, and I think that's what has helped me. So that's why doing the coin JFK to DJT, I think, is important, because we have a lost generation that didn't get to enjoy what they were supposed to enjoy, going back and picking up where we left off, because our future was hijacked for many of us, and we're going to give that future back to the kids that are alive right now, picking up where we left off, and that's that coin. So very fun.
Very good. So yeah, you have unfortunately, there's seems to be a group that's been pushed into the don't believe in the moon stuff anymore. The thing is pretty tragic, but I think they'll come around.
Well, the only thing I can say, there's valid reasons to question so much of what we've been told, because unfortunately there was lies told for national security reasons, that I actually kind of get at a certain level. And yet I personally don't think it was right. The fraud is more damaging than the truth would have been at the time. There's other ways we could have combated. And I think with frauds that happened on the first landing stuff. Doesn't mean, though, that we're not doing many of the things that we're doing. I will tell you that, for example, a number of the videos related to the shuttle stuff and the space station stuff, clearly fraudulent, clearly not what was going on. One of the ones that was the funniest, though, I'm actually at a facility with a couple of scientists. We're talking, and the guy's showing me this video that was taken on one of the shuttle flights where they go to the space station. And he says, what do you think's wrong with this video? And I am looking.